In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's National Have a Bagel Day. Did you know that? It's National Have a Bagel Day. I love a bagel. Why not grab a bagel? It's also World Mountain Day. So if you feel like it, maybe climb a mountain, maybe look at a mountain. Maybe you've got a mountain of a stash that you need to use and you need some inspiration. Stick around today. Maybe you want a mountain of a stash. We can help. We really can. But listen, it's great to have your company with us today here on Sewing Street. We've got a packed morning. We've got a wonderful guest in the form of Suzie Duncan, who's got some great shows to share with us and some great projects too. And we'll also be having lots of fun and chit-chat as well throughout the day. So, phew. Excellent. All right, let's start with today's early bird special. Now then, this is always popular. We have got a ½ metre, well, you can buy it by the ½ metre, and it's nursery sheeting fabric. White nursery sheeting fabric. So this is ½ metre. Now the usual price £3.49. This is the kind of thing that we're going to use for changing mats and also for the inside of nappy bags, but also because it is waterproof, it makes it absolutely brilliant, particularly for lining things like swim bags, picnic bags, anything that we need to be water resistant or waterproof. we've crashed that price. It's now £2.49. Now, we've never ever discounted our white nursery sheeting. This is the very first time. It is our early bird. Every time we get it in, it sells at every time. It's a difficult fabric to get hold of, this, and it is a really, really good weight. Now, I sometimes recommend using things like shower curtain as a lining, but this is properly thick and resilient. It's got a really nice kind of linen texture on one side, smooth on the other. It's exactly the kind of stuff that you find in baby changing mats. So if you know somebody who's having a baby and you want to make them a little gift, a little baby changing mat is a great idea. And actually, you know what? Although it's not summer now, I'm thinking picnic mats, picnic rugs, quilts with this on the underside, and also things like play mats, so you can take the kids out into the garden, pop that down, you know, so that there isn't any kind of damp that's going to rise through the grass. So put this on the underside. It's also a good protective, water resistant surface, so you could put this under things in order to keep sort of any liquids transferring to furniture. Swim bags, sports bags, gym kit bags would be great. You could also have this inside things like lunch bags, so that you've got a wipe clean, easily wipeable surface. So if you're storing food. What about for your shopping bags? When you take it to the supermarket, you know, sometimes you do get little spills from things that you've bought shopping, or just, you know, the inside of shopping bags can get a bit grubby. This will be easily wipeable, easily cleanable. The other thing that I would recommend actually is, if you want it to be kind of truly water resistant, waterproof, when any sewing that you've done, if there's like a line of top stitching or something, I would just brush a little eau de coat over your seam, and that will just seal up any of the little holes that you've done in your stitching line, just to make it sort of truly waterproof. So this is our early bird special. It's the white nursery sheet fabric, 1/2 metre. You're buying it by the 1/2 metre, so it'll be cut to order. So if you want to order 1.5 metres, you'll get that in one piece. Just order 3 units. Now let's say a few good mornings. Patricia in Blackpool, good morning to you. 60 units of that nursery sheeting already gone, flying out the door. Alison says, oh, Alison Marion, morning all. I have a mountain of ironing. Talking about National Mountain Day. But not going to celebrate that. We'll have a bagel instead. Norma says, Stuart, I've got a mountain of ironing to do. Does that count? Norma, yes, it does. If you want to do that ironing while you're watching us, I mean, hopefully I can distract you from your ironing. Wendy's sent in a message to you. Morning, yay, it's Stuart. Thank you, bless you. I have a large stash of knitting wool. Great to see you. Yeah, mountain of wool. I think I've got a mountain of knitting wool too. Although I've got to share with you, after the show I did the other day with Wendy Orlando and she demonstrated the wool winder, I had to jump on the Yarn Lane website and order my own ball winder, which arrived today. So I got the Knit Pro wooden one. I think there is one left. I can't wait to start using it. Reduce my yarn mountain down to lovely cakes. Lots and lots of you watching. Thanks for your company this morning. Clive says, good morning, Stuart. Good morning. Good morning to you all. Clive, Mark and Stu. You are loving this sheeting, the nursery sheeting. Multi-buy, because you know what, 1/2 metre is going to be ace for something like a changing mat. About 1/2 metre would do something like the inside and the inside pockets of a nursery nappy changing bag, something like that. You could also use this to line things like pencil cases and art bags, because again, you know, you kind of get that kind of pencil crayons rubbing off, or watercolor pens, you know, things that leak. an easily wipeable surface. You know, keep everything clean and tidy. Really anything where you want a wipeable, washable, waterproof or water resistant surface, it's ideal. Suzanne, good morning, Stuart and the team. Great to see you on my birthday day. Suzanne, mwah, happy birthday to you. Thanks for sharing it with us this morning. Hope you have a great day. Morag says, morning, Stuart and the team. Going to finish my Christmas shopping with granddaughter Caitlin. That sounds like a gorgeous way to spend the day, doing a bit of shopping together. One of my favourite things to do when I was a teenager was to go Christmas shopping with my dad. We used to go one Saturday every year. We would go Christmas shopping. And he would always wait until we were somewhere really crowded, and then he would link arms with me and he would start singing Christmas carols really loudly just to make me embarrassed. But it was adorable. It was adorable. Jill says, good morning, Stuart from Tewkesbury. Hey, Tewkesbury Massive, my hometown. Good morning to you. Hope you're all having a great start to the day. We are having a great start here. We started with our early bird, which is our white nursery sheeting fabric. Now, width-wise, it is wide. It is wide. I'm thinking it's 54 wide. Let me grab, I'm sure we've got a tape measure. He said, bear with. I'm sure we've got a tape measure. We have got a tape measure. I shall measure it for you. You know what? I'm measuring this, but we're running out as we speak. It's a fraction, it's 59 inches wide, so it's really, really good width, really good width. So definitely half a metre is going to be brilliant for most bags. It's going to be enough to line them. And I, as I say, would also line the pockets on a nappy bag or a sort of baby bag, because again, you're going to be putting things like wipes and, you know, and sometimes they leak. I'm just having to get out a little blue roll because I've managed to have a little spill of my tea. But of course, we've got waterproof fabric, so it really doesn't matter. All right, all right. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm clumsy. What can I say? Morning to everybody who's watching. So many of you are joining us this morning. It is wonderful to have your company. What are you doing today? Are you having a bagel? Are you climbing a mountain? Are you tackling a mountain? It sounds like some of you are tackling mountains. There was another day today, wasn't there, producer Hannah? Something special. Decorate your gingerbread day. Decorate your gingerbread day. Tomorrow is make a gingerbread house day. I think somebody just sits at home making these up, don't they? But I don't mind. It's all good fun. But maybe you are making some gingerbread today. Whatever you're doing today, we love to hear from you. We love you to send in pictures, messages, tell us what you're up to. Get involved, particularly if you're tackling a mountain or decorating some gingerbread or having a bagel, in fact. What's your favourite topping? Message us at studio@sewingstreet.com. You can send pictures there too. But also you can message us when you watch live through Facebook. Now, our early bird is about to sell out, so if you want half a metre or a metre or so of the nursery sheeting, grab it quick. Grab it quick. Check out your baskets, remember. Diane says, morning Stuart and all, I have a mountain of sewing machines. It's more like an accessory. Just a minute, Diane. 23 in total, and I love every single one. Diane, you get the crown. I've got 9. You get the crown. 23. Wow. Do you have vintage machines as well as modern? They are very collectible, aren't they? And they're things of beauty. They really are. I think the old sewing machines, the vintage sewing machines, seem more of a thing of beauty than the modern sewing machines. I love the functionality of the modern sewing machines, but they don't have that beautiful aesthetic, do they? Maybe I'm just being nostalgic. My mum had an old black Singer with the gold paint and the hand crank, and I just used to love watching her use that. Something a bit special, isn't it? That nursery sheeting now about, oh, it has sold out. Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, I look forward to seeing pictures of all your nursery makes and waterproof lunch bags and the like. Well done if you managed to get hold of some of that. Don't worry if you didn't know, because we've got a packed morning with loads of good stuff coming up. Let's have a look at the menu. Now, mountain of fun, a veritable Everest of gorgeous sewing fun. At 8 a.m, it's fabulous fabrics, and we've gone monochrome. Please do not adjust your televisions. We are in black and white. At 9 a.m, we're looking at the design roll bag with our lovely guest, Suzie Duncan. Now, at 10 a.m, we've got, oh, there it is. That's one of the bags, but look at this one. This one's absolutely tiptoe through the tulips. Won't you? Then at 10 o'clock, we've got quilting tools and supplies with some little demos from yours truly. At 11 a.m, we've got the William Morris Granada garden quilt. It is stunning. Look at that. Now, that is real heirloom quality, beautiful quilt. That's a showstopper. That's the one you're going to put into Festival of Quilts this year or next or the year out. We'll wait. It's a beautiful thing to really take your time over and enjoy every single step. So that's the William Morris Granada garden quilt coming up at 11. And then at 12, at the peak of that mountain, we will be at the summit, gazing off across the land. It is our clearance hour, and we've lots of gorgeous fabrics in that hour, so a great time to grab yourself a little bargain. You can jump ahead, of course, if you want, pre-order. That would be a very, very wise thing to do, I think. Now, let's just talk about the 12 days of Christmas, shall we, for a moment? It's not the official, it's not the one you probably know about. It's our version. It's the opposite way round. Yeah, there's been a little controversy about it. Just renaming the 12 days of Christmas, but hey. It's the first 12 days of December, and what we've been doing here at Sewing Street is each day we've been doing a giveaway. Now, today is day 11. And today, I love what you've done with the zips there. Look, they look like an 11. You can win a finished sample. Now, it's a bit of a mystery. It's a little bit of a mystery which finished sample you're going to get. But we're working on it. We haven't decided. Might it be the gorgeous William Morris Granada quilt? I think not, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry, because I'm taking that home. But you will win a finished sample. So one person who shops with us today on either Yarn Lane or Sewing Street will be picked at random, and they will win a finished studio sample. All of these will be announced at the end of the 12-day promotion. Now, the other thing that we're doing for the first 12 days of December is, if you have shopped for 6 out of those 12 days, then you will earn yourself a free month of free postage and packing. The whole of January will be free postage and packing. Now, we worked this out, and if you were to use that to the max every day in January, you would save yourself something like £122 in postage and packing over the course of January. So, great reason to shop with us today, but also we've got so many gorgeous things. So I hope you'll stay with me. Now, let's have a little look at the website. Now then, this is how you can get involved. You can watch us live on www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live. Ooh, I'm liking the look of the Liberty, by the way. The Artist's Home Collection. Delicious. The first thing that you'll see is our early bird special and our bestseller. There it is. It's the white nursery sheeting fabric, although that has sold out now. Hannah, our producer, is just saying hello because she's up a mountain, of course. Morning, Julie, by the way, taking her husband Martin out for lunch for his birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Martin. And kept that quiet. Hilary says, morning, lovely boy. Good morning. Hilary's the queen of the teddy bears at the moment, and you know me, I do love a bear. Now, as you're looking through the website, you can see everything that's for sale. Look at all that gorgeous monochrome. Now, Hannah and I may have to have words about what constitutes monochrome. Excuse me. Excuse me. I think you'll find purple is not well, it is monochrome. It is monochrome because it's one colour. Monochrome means one colour, doesn't it? Monochromatic doesn't mean no colour. Yeah. Then we've got Suzie Duncan's first hour. Things are selling out left, right and centre. Look at that. Got some great tools there. I'm going to be showing you some of them. Lazy and loving it. Now, if you got the lazy angle ruler yesterday, this book, Lazy and Loving It, is amazing. 250 blocks explained using your lazy angle ruler. This is a must-have. I mean, really, I think this probably should have been on the show yesterday, but by shopping today, it means maybe you're getting that 6th day in January where you've shopped with us, which means that you're going to get a whole January of free P&P. Maybe shopping with us today to get that lazy angle book, maybe that's going to get you in the hat. It will get you in the hat to win a finished sample. I mean, there's so many reasons. Fiona says, good morning, Stuart. Off to get the Christmas tree this morning. Then I'm viewing a new house this afternoon. Fiona, what an exciting day. Now, can I ask, I'm really asking for Hannah, our producer, if you've ever been up a mountain and you took a picture, would you send it to us, please? Message the studio@sewingstreet.com. Or if you've just got I would rather see a photograph of that yarn mountain that's threatening to engulf your house. Really just to reassure me that I'm not the only one that has, you know, the leaning tower of yarn. Now, let me tell you about a new thing here on Sewing Street. Do you see that QR code in the bottom right corner of your screen? Okay, so that QR code, you can scan it. Now, you can get QR code scanner apps for phones, but most modern phones will just scan a QR code anyway. So you just put it onto camera. You even have to put it onto camera, or just hold your phone up to the screen. Just on camera, hold it up and it will kind of hone in on that QR code, and then it will take you through on your phone or on your tablet straight through to our website to shop. What a fantastic easy way of going straight to today's page to shop for all the lovely things we've got. So doing a little bit of a trial of it at the moment. Let us know what you think. Has it made things easier today to shop? Let us know. Just message the studio@sewingstreet.com. Fab. We're going to move around and we're going to look at something which isn't monochrome. Thanks, Hannah. Okay. We do literally have a couple of these rainbow bundles. It's the Rainbow 100% Cotton Plains Fabric Mega Bundle. Now you're getting in this bundle 21.5 meters of fabric. I'm going to sort of turn these on their side so that you get a better view of what you're actually getting. I will super quick flick through these so that you can see what you're getting, but it's a huge bundle of fabric. Now, some of these are half meters, some of these are meters. And I'm literally just going to kind of, what I am going to have to do though, I'm sorry everyone, is put this into some semblance. Now, we do have some of these fabrics available sort of to buy by the metre or by the half metre if you'd like. But I just want to show you sort of what you're getting in this lovely bundle. So just kind of sorting these into some kind of little rainbow at the moment. Oh, see, this is your kind of very much your traditional rainbow. Well, you know. There we go. Look, so we're starting to get a bit of a rainbow going on. There we go. Lovely. I just can't help. I can't help putting it into a rainbow. We've got some nice neutrals here as well. Okay, so that was the first sort of stack of fabric. This isn't all of it, by the way. There is more. Now we literally have got 149.99. Okay, for this huge bundle of 21.5 meters of fabric. Now we currently can't make any more of these. There isn't any more stock to create more of these. So if you would like to go for this amazing rainbow bundle of fabric, you're going to have to be quick. Now then, there's lots of really gorgeous blues here. So I'm just going to grab these blues. Now these are some bigger pieces. These are some, that's a metre piece. That's also a metre as well. Half a metre there of that. We've got some nice teals too coming up. There we go. A metre of grey, half a metre of black. There's literally one remaining now. Well done if you just got that big mega bundle. So we've got those, and then we've also got creams and ecru. Oh, this is absolutely smashing. I love it. Look at that. And there's our white. So an absolutely massive bundle of fabric. If you want me to come round and sort out your stash, by the way, for your mountain of stash, I am available. Just let me know what day you want me to come round. I'll just, you know, if you make scones and tea, I'll sort your stash for you. Okay, there's more of these in baskets that are available. So please, please check out. Now, we've got our first mountain picture. This is good stuff. Oh! Good morning, Stuart. Good morning, Stuart and the gang. I thought that was the back of someone's head. What an interesting way of plaiting hair. I'm tackling a mountain of 400-gram ball of wool, knitting it into a winter cape. I was inspired by your cabling, Carolyn. Carolyn, thank you. I love it. I love the sound of a winter cape too. Beautiful. I've almost finished my cable scarf, which is good because I'm about to take delivery of this gorgeous scarf and hat set that I'm going to knit for Charlie, which I'm going to be bringing to Yarn Lane on the 27th of December. And there's also a ladies set as well, which is so gorgeous. So if you love your knitted accessories, stay tuned for that one. Well, that was a brilliant picture of a mountain. I loved it. It wasn't the one I was expecting, but good effort, Carolyn. I like it. I like it. What you need, Carolyn, is a ball winder. Prepare yourself for pictures of me winding every ball of yarn I can get hold of on my social media, won't you? I cannot wait to get started on that. So look at that. Oh, my favourite colour. Absolutely beautiful. Remember, that's just part of it. It's this great big stack. For £149.99, we have literally got one left. Now then, shall we do monochrome? Now, very recently, I launched Tim Holt's monochrome range here at Sewing Street. We had some absolutely gorgeous fabrics in that hour. We have got some of them in today's show. Monochrome's great. It works really well on its own. If you like a nice kind of calm or neutral quilt, bag, home decor, table runner, but also, of course, it mixes really well with other fabrics too. It gives you that kind of calmness. A few little pictures just to show you what I did and Deputy Joan did using the monochrome. I made a series of cushions just patching together some of the Tim Holtz monochrome fabric, and then I used black solid, Bonder web, put numbers 321. Remember Ted Rogers? 321. And that's the back. So I just used various different fabrics together. And then Deputy Joan made this bag using a pattern from my book Bags for Life, just a simple crossbody messenger bag, just using some of those neutrals. And that would go with any outfit, wouldn't it? Still stylish, but and also would work with those kind of louder fabrics as well if you wanted to mix and match, but you wanted that bit of calmness. So let's have a little look at some of these fabrics. We'll start perhaps with the wood panel. This is RP23. This is just great texture. I love anything that's got a stripe element, and this does. It looks like kind of ancient floorboards. But again, just thinking about this working as a border print, as a binding would be beautiful, or as thin sashing, or just worked into your blocks just to create some visual interest rather than using a cream or a tan. You could also use this as a background for a applique, so that with some really beautiful bold applique on it would look stunning. So that's the Tim Holtz. Now then, what's that one called? Wood panel. Yeah, wood panel. Does what it says on the tin. Now this is lovely. I would use this for things like, I would definitely be attracted to use this for bags because it has that kind of travel, I'm going somewhere look to it. This is JG27. This is that kind of world map look, sort of tea-dyed, almost stained background, but some of the colours picked out. This one's very close to selling out. Lovely kind of warm neutrals, putty and cream and tan shades. That would be really lovely also to cover something like a special photograph album, or if you do journaling or scrapbooking, you could use that for the outside cover. Now we've got a photograph of director Emma. Is Emma climbing a mountain? She's looking at a mountain. That's a stunning picture. Emerald Lake in Canada. That is lovely. I was going to say, you need to like comb that hair out of your face. We can't see you. I thought you were cousin it. Beautiful picture. Mountains are stunning, aren't they? They really are. It's all about mountains today. This is BY97. This is gorgeous for any sewer. So I'm talking to you. Come on. That is lovely. This one's got kind of dressmaking patterns on it and like a ticking stripe in the background. Sewing instructions. Aren't they lovely? I think this is probably taken from Vintage Patterns. You've got like these kind of instructions. Again, this would be really lovely to make something like your sewing bag or a sewing machine cover. Now this is 1/2 metre. That would be a decent size to cover an overlocker or a sewing machine. And I love that it's got kind of a distressed look to it, like it's been kind of tucked away in a stash in grandma's cupboards. Message from Norma. Thanks for getting in touch, Norma. Stuart, just remembered, it's my 31st wedding anniversary today, and I've still got that mountain of ironing. Oh, Norma, you've got bigger fish to fry today. Happy anniversary. That is wonderful. 31 years. Oh, you should have a mountain of cake and a mountain of loveliness, I think. A mountain of loveliness. Now this is gorgeous, KQ41. This I used the smaller version of this. In my very first book, I did a whole chapter using Tim Holtz monochrome fabrics. This features, they're almost like kind of like number plate numbers, aren't they? That sort of style. Again, something like a rucksack or a bag for college. Really cool. Really cool. You know, like, yeah, I mean, Tim's inspired by all sorts of things, isn't he? Kind of old signs, old advertising hoardings, even things like number plates, the numbers on buses and trains, you know, kind of old maps, timetables. I think it's a great sort of starting point for inspiration. And what's lovely too about Tim's fabrics is the majority of them are definitely in that sort of more like kind of non-gendered, or they're non-floral. So you've got all sorts of possibilities there. I think as well that's true of a lot of monochrome fabrics. They're not just monochromatic, but they also, a lot of them steer away from the floral. So they're useful. You know, it just rings the changes. It rings the changes. It brings in, now we can make for everyone. This is a gorgeous fabric. Again, I used a version of this. This is kind of subway signs. Coney Island, Bay, Manhattan, Times Square. Gorgeous. Had a lovely trip to New York, actually. It was one of the first things Charlie and I did together when we met. We went to New York for my birthday weekend. It was so cold. It was early February, but it was beautiful and we had such a good time. It was like being on a film set, because everywhere you walk in New York, you kind of recognise, and you recognise it from films and TV. It was beautiful. And we went on a helicopter trip along the Hudson River and flew around the Statue of Liberty, and terrifying, terrifying. But this is a gorgeous fabric, isn't it? It's really kind of atmospheric. It's got that kind of steampunk aesthetic, that grungy aesthetic would mix really well actually with Moda Grunge. Would also mix really, really well. I'm just going to give you a little flash of this. This is Tim Holtz Alchemy. So you could mix these together and they would look absolutely stunning. A bit dark and brooding. Yeah, so if you wanted just a little pop of colour, maybe think about popping in a little bit of the Tim Holtz, I want to call it Elixir then, Tim Holtz Alchemy. Now that fabric, that purple fabric, is ID 89. This is about to sell out though. Yeah, I did a quilt using Alchemy. That same pattern actually would look so good done in monochrome, that whole quilt. You can still download that quilt pattern for the Alchemy quilt actually from my website, Stuart Hillard Makes. And the pattern is it's a special one. It's a pay what you like. So you can have it for free if you want to, or you can pay what you like, and all the money is going to a charity. So if you still want that pattern but you fancy making a monochrome version, that would really well. I would use lots of these different monochrome fabrics that we've got on the show, and I would mix them probably with solid black. There is some solid black in that big mega bundle. There is only one left though. But we have got solid black on the website, of course. And I would go for about 2 meters of that, and then just a selection of half meters, maybe 8 or 10. half meters. You won't use all of that fabric, but you want the variety. Shall we have a look at a few more of these lovely Tim Holtz fabrics while we're here? This is a great one. This is ZN95. I love any kind of fabric that's got lettering on, words. This has got alphabets on. So again, this just says to me things like book covers, Kindle or iPad covers, a book stand for an iPad, cushions in your study or your workroom. If you're working from home and you want to, give your home office a little revamp, maybe you're just having to face returning to working from home, a little revamp. A few nice little comforts there, a nice little pad for the office chair to sit on and for your back. That would be lovely. Maybe something like sewing bags. As I say, a cover for your sewing machine or your overlocker would also be really good. But I'm thinking in particular things like college, school, pencil cases, little project bags as well. This would work really well for. It would also be great if you like to do sort of mixed media and you like doing collage. I mean, imagine this, but then layered with things like old sepia photographs printed on fabric and kind of zigzagged on, maybe a bit of lace, a few little buttons, some trim from a kind of, grandma's workbox, to create a gorgeous fabric mixed media art canvas. This would be an amazing background to that. Talking of what would make an amazing background to something, I've got to grab this one. Again, not that sort of black and white as such, but just a truly beautiful piece of fabric. This is also Tim Holtz. This is GC29. It's the GC. It's the GC, babe. Excuse me. That is stunning, isn't it? It is absolutely beautiful. Well, to me, that is really, really beautiful. I love that. I love that sort of, it looks like you've kind of found your way into an abandoned mansion house and you're kind of walking through and this is a floor covering or a wall covering and it's kind of faded glory. There's a story behind this, isn't there? But this would be the most amazing background to then applique onto or to use with piecing. That would look really stunning. Now, we found a Tim Holtz fabric, which, well, oh, there it is. We found it and it had never been to air, but it was a fabric that we have by the metre. It is absolutely stunning. This is IB40. It's available by the half metre. It is, it is so beautiful. Look at this. It is stunning fabric. Look at all that detail. It's never been on air before. I think it's incredible. I love this. This is almost, like when you fold linens and then they're left for decades and then when you undo them, they have this kind of line in them. And I mean, this is what Tim does so well. And it sounds awful, I think, when you try to describe what he does. Well, it's like old stained fabric that's been folded up and left in a damp cupboard. I mean, that doesn't sound covetable. I've lost my job in marketing. But when you look at the fabric, it's just, this is stunning. This is absolutely beautiful. There is so much beauty in that kind of look that he manages to capture, which is kind of elegant decay, isn't it? And these colours that are in there, the warm and the cool. You've got these deep oranges and gold, but then mixed into blues and vibrant lime and chartreuse greens. And then deep in the background, this almost like flock or damask in the background that, this is what it once looked like, but this is decades, this is 100 years of some layers of time over the top of it. It's just really multi-dimensional. Brand new to us today, We lost this. This is like, you know, we've discovered something new. You know, like when you have a tidy up in your sewing room and you find something and you can't even remember buying it. Is that just me? I don't think so. We have a photograph to share. Oh, mountains. Here's my favourite view. Driving to Skye in my motorhome with this range of mountains in view is pure heaven. That is fabulous, Carolyn. More importantly, do you have a sewing machine in your motorhome? That's probably a silly question. That is a beautiful, beautiful view, isn't it? Look at that. And that road, no other vehicles. You don't get traffic jams there, do you? Just peace and tranquility and really lovely. Maybe sheep. A traffic jam caused by sheep. Now then, where shall we go? Yeah, I wonder whether... Yes, I was just about to ask, can we look at the canvas? These are lovely. This is Moda canvas. I'm going to grab it all over because I think you're going to really like this. Now, this is Moda canvas, so it is cotton, but it's a canvas weight. Really fab. Now, this screams bag making to me. And also sort of more robust kind of things like sewing machine covers and the like. Storage bins. Now this is, oh, this is lovely. So this is all different panels within one panel. So for example, you've got this one here that says, quilting takes me to my happy place. Just so happy. Chin up, buttercup, everything's going to be okay. Goodness me, can I have that blown up put on everything, please? Smile. Working on my PhD, projects half done. Now, wouldn't that make the most fabulous? What you could do is you could back that in bond web, cut it out, fuse it to a simple tote bag, zigzag round the edge, maybe add a few little clusters of buttons, something like that. That would be really fun as a little project bag or something to take along to Quilt Club. $11.99 is a brilliant price. You're getting loads of different inspiration there. Crafting each day keeps the crazy away. Yeah, and also because this is kind of monochrome, you could use things like fabric pens or markers to colour in, to add a bit of colour. You could add beads, you could add buttons, you could put some appliques on there as well. This would make a great kind of banner or sign to hang up on your sewing room. Particularly, I think the one that says, quilting takes me to my happy place. That would be really cool too. That is really fun, isn't it? And for $11.99, it's a big panel. You've got 6 different elements, 2 big rectangular ones. They would make up into great cushions too, wouldn't they? A couple of nice cushions to have on the back of your sewing chair or something like that. And then you've got a couple of kind of more or less square panels, and then you've got a couple of rectangular panels here. These would also look really good made up as little mini wall hangings, so you could cut each one out, put a little border or two around, maybe a little bit of piecing here and there. And when you're putting a pieced border around something like this for a wall hanging, imagine this. What if you just had like a little maybe 3-inch finished pinwheel, 3-inch finished pinwheel, 3-inch finished pinwheel, plain border, and then the same in this opposite corner, just 3 little pinwheel blocks here and here, and the rest plain. Bind it, quilt it, bind it, job's done. Really nice gift as well to do a little project like that for your quilting bezzy. Love that. And don't worry about mixing quilt weight cottons with the canvas, especially for things like little wall hangings or bags. It's going to be fine. If you need to, you could always iron a little bit of just lightweight fusible interfacing to the back of your quilt weight cottons, just to make them slightly sturdier so that they'll mix well with the canvas. Now we've got the same panel in black. I think this is going to be super popular. Actually, this is gorgeous. Look at that. Now that's got tons of impact, hasn't it? Same sentiments. Chin up, Buttercup. Just so happy. Quilting takes me to my happy place, working on my PhD. Smile. Crafting each day keeps the crazy away. In black, $11.99. Now we've also got some half meters of fabric, and these would be absolutely beautiful for bag making. I would do things like unlined tote bags. I'd probably do French seams for them, so I wouldn't bother with a lining, just French seam them, or you could overlock the seams inside. Simple tote bags, shopping, craft storage. I have lots of bags in my house, actually, in rooms for when I need to do a quick tidy up. So rather than really properly tidying up, I can just gather things up, pop them in a bag, and just leave them for another day, basically. This one here, do you want to get, yeah, KW36. Natural dots. And this is Zen Chic. So it's a great designer, one I really like. This is really cool. See, wouldn't that be lovely for a tote bag? You could mix and match that. That would mix, of course, really well with the panel. It's $7.99 per half metre. It's a really nice sturdy weight. You could also mix this with plain calico as well, or plain black. So, for example, if you wanted to just put something like a plain black base on this bag, that would work really well. That's smart, isn't it? And then little black handles as well, something like that, little zip pocket maybe. It also, of course, works really well with the Tim Holtz that we were just looking at. How lovely does that look together? So, I mean, again, if you wanted to do a lining for a bag, you could definitely use maybe the Tim Holtz monochrome inside and the Moda canvas on the outside, where you wanted that sort of perhaps a bit more sturdy. I'll just show you quickly the code for that Tim Holtz, because that is gorgeous, isn't it? And that's one of the ones that Deputy Joan used for the messenger bag. That is BF62. There's not very much of this left, I'll be honest with you. So if you love that, jump on now quick and grab yourself a half a metre or so. It's lovely, isn't it? That'd be really nice quilted as well. So imagine if you layered that with batting or something like H640 or in our form, and then quilted, use a walking foot, quilted either every line or every other line. I'd probably do every other line, and then you'd have this gorgeous kind of diamond cross hatching. Then make up your bag from that. That would look so smart. So there we used it on the front flap. And I think we used it on the back as well, maybe for the back pocket. But it's just that little bit of contrast. We have also got that butterfly fabric. Let me just grab that. We've got the butterfly fabric too. This is W042. So this has got that wonderful kind of sepia tone to it. It looks like this sort of illustrations, you know, you get from old books on flora and fauna. Yeah, where you have to like sort of identify the Latin names and that sort of thing. It's a really lovely fabric. Great on its own. I mean, beautiful to applique on top of. Have a really interesting background. It's highly likely that this is going to sell out in the hour. So check out your basket. Check out your basket. Now, let's just quickly whiz through these canvases because they are really beautiful. You can, of course, have a look on pre-order just to get the codes and to order the one you want. But I just want to kind of show you. Can I just show you the designs? Is that all right? This one's cool. Little crosses. This one's about to sell out. non-gendered, neutral. You've got the kind of, this is gold. This is actually metallic gold overprinting, and the little black crosses. Love that. It's almost like birds in flight. Yeah, or kind of jacks. Do you remember playing jacks? We'd like chuck the ball and grab the jacks up. Did you see that in black and white television? The producer and director are terribly young. Life was black and white back then, believe me. This is beautiful. Again, this would make so many cool bags, purses, pouches. You could also use this fabric to create some really cool aprons too. Because it's a canvas, it's going to be much more protective if you want to use it with something like a painting apron or a cookery apron. Maybe something like Alison Marion's Mummy and Me wrap over apron. That would be gorgeous done in this. Absolutely beautiful. Maybe bound with black, or you could bind it with something from the Tim Holtz monochrome range. That would really work well too. But this would be a nice sort of sturdy apron weight. Unlined tote bags, of course. It would also be really good for creating things like, you know, like I store my potatoes in a calico bag. This would be fine to have like out. If you've got like sort of vegetable baskets, I still would keep them in a bag. This would look good. This would look great. You could also make a monochrome kitchen set using this, couldn't you? Things like toaster cover. Yeah, I've also, you know, in my book Bags for Life, there's the market section. I've done some bags for produce, you know, your potatoes, apples, that kind of thing, rather than using those little plastic bags, to use a combination of like cheesecloth and then a bit of lovely fabric just for a sturdy base with a little drawstring at the top. So you could use that for this as well. So those are the three in the kind of natural, and then we've got the same three designs in black. The spot one, the spotty one. Yeah, it's really lovely, this. Now, just thinking about our early bird that we had today, the nursery fabric, wouldn't this make the most fantastic changing mat? Fabric on one side, nursery fabric on the other, or a baby bag as well. Something that's really cool and smart, doesn't scream this is a baby bag, but also actually would be very, very appealing to babies, because of course really young babies really only see in monochrome, they don't see colour, so this would be very appealing. So a playmat would be cool, really cool. I'm loving these Moda canvases. So that's the circles, the little crosses. I've got to say, I mean, I love the ecru, but the black really, really appeals to me. Only 5 meters left, yeah? And we don't think we can get this back in. That is really cool. This would be fantastic for things like Roman blinds too. Really good. I would line them, but this is going to be pretty light proof, I would say. I think for security's sake, I would still put a lining, of course, for warmth, but also for light proofing. But I think it would be pretty good, and it would look cool. I do love a monochrome nursery. I've learned to love it. I remember when the trend first started, I was a bit confused about the whole sort of idea of black and white and beige, but now I love it. And then here are the little sort of triangles, and each one of these prints has got gold metallic overprinting. So just one of these little triangles in each set is gold. Yeah, this could be used for so many different things, couldn't it, in your home? You could create doorstops. So Wendy Orlando was on the other day with a gorgeous owl doorstop and panel and pattern, but you've got all the pattern pieces in the pattern. The patterns are still available, I think. And you could create an owl doorstep or any kind of doorstep, just a kind of a box shape with a handle filled with polythene beads. Would be really smart in this fabric. That is £7.99 per half metre. Now, you're loving the Tim Holtz It Was Lost But Now Is Found fabric. We didn't even know we had it. And I think that that really helps us to identify with a nation of sewers, because we've all got fabric we didn't know we had. Haven't we? Come on, be honest. This is really stunning. It's really beautiful. You have to see this from close up and from afar, because it is so, so beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? And I love the fact that it has, you could use it in stripes. It would make a fabulous infinity scarf. So if you wanted to make an infinity scarf, I'd buy about 1.5 meters of this. But from 1.5 meters, you'd get 2 infinity scarves. I'd cut each panel 20 inches wide by about 60 inches in length, and then cut a second one from a lining fabric. Right sides together, long rectangle, yeah. Sew the long sides, and leave maybe a 6-inch gap in one of the sides halfway down. Then what you're going to do is reach down the tube, okay, and grab the bottom of the tube and pull it up halfway inside and match the 2 tops. And then you're going to sew all the way around, okay, to create a tube, and then turn it through the hole that you left. So you end up with a full loop. And that makes a gorgeous scarf. If you need a video of that, just go to my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes, and I do it as a tutorial on how to make an infinity scarf. This fabric would look amazing as a scarf. If I just kind of, can you imagine that sort of, I mean, it's really, isn't that beautiful? I just think that is lovely. It looks really good with blue, look really good with tans, browns, purples. Tim, I just love everything you do. We have to go for a break. Go get yourself a mountain of biscuits and a cup of tea, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes with my guest, Suzie Duncan.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have you company with us today. It's National Mountain Day and I have a mountain of rainbow fabric. I have one bundle of this rainbow fabric left and I just want it to go to a good home. You're getting 21.5 meters of fabric and there are loads of these in baskets, but there is actually only one that can go out. So we've got the full rainbow of beautiful, glorious colours, reds, oranges, so many beautiful blues and teals, pinks and purples too, and then this wonderful stack of neutrals as well. Lots of half meters, there are also some full meters in there as well. Coffee, latte, khaki, black and grey. Absolutely beautiful. 21.5 meters in total for £149.99. This is the ultimate stash builder. I mean, we've all got a mountain of fabric at home, but it's never quite the right mountain. Am I right? There's always we need a little of this, a little of that. And especially if you like to do things like sew a row or toy making, and you need little bits of all sorts of different fabrics. if you want to use up your stash of scraps, having solids in those complementary colours will really help to pull everything together. So all of you that have this in your basket currently, one of you is going to check out and leave the others disappointed. Make sure the person that checks that basket out is you. Right, let's get on with the main focus of this hour. It's gone. The rainbow's gone. I can sing a rainbow. Sing a rainbow. Hannah made the mistake earlier of saying I had a nice voice. Big, big mistake. That was your first mistake, Hannah. Now, I'm sorry, but this leads on Tiptoe Through the Tulips. Yes, it's a song, Hannah, from the good old days when we all lived in black and white. Yes. Now, the Tiptoe Through the Tulips bag bundle. This is so beautiful. Now, Suzie Duncan's bag is gorgeous. This looks lovely, but look at it in this wonderful Riley Blake strip roll. Gorgeous, rich claret and burgundy and Bordeaux colours. That green is divine. Brand new bundle, this. Now I'm going to open up this design roll because it's brand new. I know. It's always so exciting.
It is, but then your jumper will just be a mass of little
Well, you know, I've kind of embraced the bits on my clothes now, you know.
Yeah.
It's just how I live. Look at all this beautiful colour, this beautiful sort of antique, soft rose pink, these deep tealy greens and kind of charcoal, through into these delicious mustard golds, old golds, some more teal there. This lovely soft kind of, I don't know, putty and puce through to creams and rose. These colours round here are just wonderful.
They are. They're sort of the claret. I would say the vintage clarets and things. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
am I allowed to pick the bag
Please do. It's like sort of
inside
shabby
has got-
chic, rich.
Yeah.
You know, shabby chic is normally those lovely sort of pastel colours, but it's very soft, very faded and pale.
So excuse
this is
all
like
the
that bit
hands.
deep and rich.
I was going to show the inside. I've used all the browns.
Yeah.
Tones.
Oh, so you even use the strips inside too?
I did, yes.
Perfect.
So you don't use all the strips for this one at all. So you've got enough left.
Oh,
and
look at that.
Yeah. That's
And
cool.
then it's got a drawstring top, hasn't it,
It
Susie?
has, so you can, because we're all conscious about people putting hands in where they're not wanted.
That's
so
brilliant.
It covers it all up, but it also means if you use it as a picnic bag
Yep.
or a carry-all, you're not going to lose it. Nothing's going to fall out. You're not
Great
going to lose your
idea.
French bread
Or
or
a
your bit of
knitting or
cheese.
crochet bag as well, because
Absolutely.
then it's keeping everything
Yep.
dust-free and protected from the light.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful bag. Look at all that lovely piecing on the outside of the tulips. I think it looks like a real fun make. I love the fact that inside you've got that pieced lining and then a drawstring top to it as well. It is a beautiful, beautiful design. The stripe works really well. Do we get that stripe in
The stripe
there?
is in there. There's a pale version and the darker version. And the great thing is you've got enough scope with the strip roll to play around with colours.
Yeah.
So I've done my tulips so that they're light at the top, dark at the bottom. But you can mix and match and have a multitude of different coloured tulips if you wanted to. You don't have to have green leaves. You could go for any colour you like. Who's to say what's what?
For sure. And you could also mix in some of your solids or your neutrals
Absolutely,
for the
yeah.
background of the tulip as well if you wanted. So that in that way you could kind of save some of your beautiful
Yeah.
strips back and maybe even make a second bag.
Yes, or a cushion.
Yeah.
Or a
cushion.
smaller
'Cause
or
you
half
could
scale
do
one.
a full like plain lining, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Save those strips
Yeah.
back
Yeah.
and make 2 bags out of
You
this.
can make 2 bags. You need to add a bit more plains to do your second
Yeah.
lining, but there's enough lining in the bundle to line your bag as well as do your drawstring. And you can, as you say, do another one or a half size one.
Yeah.
So then you've got a
Well, once you've got
little
the pattern to make
handbag
the
to
tulips,
match.
I can think of 100 ways I'd use that. It
Absolutely,
would make the
yeah.
most wonderful dancing tulips border, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Have a look at this design roll from Riley Blake.
It is
It
stunning.
is so beautiful. I'm just in one of those I don't care moods today. I'm just opening strip rolls and all sorts. Stay tuned. These are just delicious. I love floral fabrics, but often they're a bit pale.
It's so
Bit pale
delish.
for me, but this is rich.
And most of them are unidirectional as well, which is great because you don't have to think about placing.
You're
and
right,
which way
you're
up.
right. It really helps to stretch your sort of sense of colour, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because with the pinks, I don't necessarily think I would put the old gold, but that looks so delish.
Yeah.
It works so
works,
well.
yeah.
You're saving money by buying this bundle, by the way. You're saving £7. You're getting a metre of this beautiful, like a sort of deep rose gold. Look how beautifully
It
that
colour
works.
matches perfectly. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's like you're getting that for free. There's that dotty, love it. Little moths and florals. This is absolutely lovely. This design roll, by the way, is available on its own. I know, isn't it good? This is lovely.
I love that rich teal.
That rich teal is amazing.
It is beautiful, yeah.
This is such a beautiful, beautiful range of fabrics, isn't it? I think this is great. Now that design roll on its own, it's $49.99. It's brand new from Riley Blake. It's called Sonnet Dusk. That really special, this one. Oh, I just love that. I just love that. It's so rich, it's so juicy. Made up in the bag, it looks amazing. I could also think of many, many ways that I would use this. In fact, I'd be inclined, you know what, Susie? I'd be inclined to get the Tiptoe Through the Tulips bundle.
Yeah.
So you've got that pattern.
Yeah.
Okay. I want the bag,
Yeah.
but then I also want a second design roll. And I want some maybe tan or ivory, because then I want to make a tulip quilt.
Absolutely.
Using this
Yeah.
design roll. Could
Or-
I do that?
Yeah, you could.
You wouldn't
absolutely.
mind?
No, of course I wouldn't mind. No, the more people that sew, the better. It's a great, hobby
Well,
to
in fairness,
have.
I do already so.
Yes, I know you do. And very well too.
That is gorgeous.
But it would make a great spring table runner,
Oh.
because you could do the tulip block that's in the pattern.
Yep.
Just repeat that instead of joining them end to end. Put them side by side with sashing in between, and
Yeah.
you've got yourself a table runner.
It's a lovely idea. It's a freebie from Susie to you. What a gorgeous idea. I love it. So that bundle, remember, you're getting the full metre of the deep antique rose solid. You're getting the design roll from Riley Blake. It's brand new. You're also then getting Susie's brilliant pattern. Now, you're telling me you made this originally in summer, kind of a
did.
picnic bag?
Well, I've made it with that in mind, that it was going to be a picnic bag, hence the photograph with the picnic on it. Although I have to say my dog was very confused as to why I was laying out his blanket with my picnic on it.
Yes, quite. And that drawstring keeping him out of the bag.
Yes.
But really clever. It's a great design. You can get this pattern on its own, but with very limited stock. I think what makes this bag extra special, there's a few things, aren't there? There's that fantastic piecing on the outside. Those tulip blocks are so versatile. Could be used in so many different ways, but it makes it a really fun make. The drawstring top, so useful. Like I say, crochet bag,
Yeah.
knitting bag,
Yeah.
but also, as you designed it for originally, a picnic bag.
Yes. Or if you're, now we're allowed to go back to classes for the moment, then it'd be great to be able to put all your stuff in to take to classes, because being able to drawstring top means you're not going to lose your rulers or your pack of pins or your scissors out of the top as well. And because it's got Strival Fix or Bosal or your choice of wadding, it's got that stability, so it'll hold the weight as well. That's the
hold
other
the
thing.
structure
Yeah.
too. What sort of level would you say the pattern is, Susie? Look at all that.
If
Great detail.
I would say it's a confident beginner,
Confident beginner.
mainly because there is a bit of piecing to do.
Yeah.
But if you've never ever sewn anything before, if you take your time, you could do it.
Yeah.
But you won't achieve it in a day.
No.
If you've sewn before, it is very achievable in a day.
Yeah.
So if your picnic is tomorrow, if you start now, you've got it ready.
I'd be too
it's
busy
good.
making Scotch eggs, Susie.
Okay.
Charlie loves my Scotch eggs. What can I say?
Can't-
Oh, I love a
what can I
Scotch
say?
egg.
Do you? No.
Oh, don't you?
No, I hate Scotch eggs.
You ever had homemade though?
No, but I absolutely detest hard-boiled eggs.
Do you? Oh, I've opened up a can of worms.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Again.
I have
do this
eggs
every
any
time.
other way but hard-boiled.
But actually, boiled egg is one of those things. It's texture, isn't it?
Yeah.
The yolk,
And yeah, apparently I used to live on them when I was
Powdery.
little.
the white, slimy.
It's not appealing, is it?
I love them. What can I say? It is National Mountain Day. What mountain are you facing right now? Is it a mountain of yarn? Is it fabric? Are you actually standing at the foot of Ben Nevis about to climb it? Who knows? Who knows? But get in touch. It's also Eat a Bagel Day, more importantly, I feel.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I'd rather climb the mountain, I think.
Would you?
Yeah, I do like bagels, but I love walking.
Well, yeah, I get that. You climb the mountain, I'll be down here
Okay.
eating bagels
All right, then,
waiting
that's
for
fair.
you.
That's
Ooh,
fair.
cream cheese, yummy, perfect. So,
Cream cheese and
various
smoked
options.
salmon, surely.
Hmm?
Cream cheese and smoked
Cream
salmon.
oh, no, don't do smoked salmon. Cream cheese, crispy bacon, crumbled on top,
Right.
on an onion bagel. Oh my goodness me. Can somebody
That
order
sounds
that
like
now?
indigestion in
No.
Okay.
Now, so various options right now. You can get the pattern on its own. Tick. Lots of you going for that. You can get that pattern is going to sell out on its own. Be quick. You can get the bundle with a metre of that dusky, deep, rich old rose print, solid rather, with the design roll, brand new from Riley Blake. You're making a saving on this bundle at £7. It's like you're getting that solid fabric for free. Also, there's one more option, which is that you can get that beautiful design roll on its own. The range is called Sonnet Dusk, I'm sorry. It is absolutely delicious. It is kind of late summer, isn't it?
It is dusk, definitely, because you know when you've got your pink roses,
Yeah.
and as the light dwindles, they go that deep hue. That's the sort of colours you get, isn't it?
It is really beautiful.
It is stunning, but it's almost going into autumn, the sort of late summer, early autumn, where you've got those mustardy colours coming through as well.
But of course, if you wanted something that was much kind of lighter, fresher, more springy, you could actually really focus in on
Absolutely.
these colours. You could create those sort of almost pastel tulips, couldn't you?
Yes.
Just use a little bit of the green, or even not the green, use maybe something like that yellow to create the leaves and stems.
You could also, it would be a great strip roll for EPP, because the detail in the print is very, not necessarily small, but it's detailed. So whatever size you're going to cut it down to, or shape, you'll get that detail appearing. So it's great for EPP pieces as well.
Yeah, or if you do like sort of small piecing,
Yes.
or smaller projects.
Dolls'
Delish.
clothes.
Love that. Thanks for getting in touch, everyone, by the way. Loving getting all of your messages. Good morning to you. Good morning, Carol. Jan is watching. Jan, I have a mountain of fabric and yarn, patterns and ideas, all to make into Christmas presents. Jan, the clock is a ticking.
Is it this Christmas though?
Well, I was going to say, Christmas comes every year, doesn't it? If you don't get it done
Absolutely.
this year, there's always next year. Now, we have a second bundle, another of Susie's really sort of most favourite patterns, I think. Now, we've less than 15 of this bundle left, so you are going to have to be super quick. The bundle itself is to make the quilting ruler tote bag. Now, you're getting, in this bundle, you're getting a design roll, and this is Mill Creek Garden from Moda, which is this wonderful selection of creams and tans, lilacs and purples, and then these beautiful soft greens and a little bit of chocolate brown. It is a divine collection.
It is absolutely stunning collection.
Really beautiful.
Yeah.
So you're getting your design roll, and then you're also getting the full pattern to make the quilting ruler tote bag. This tote bag is massive.
It is huge, but the reason it's massive is because whenever I come here, I have to bring an army of equipment with me, and usually it involves the Stripology XL, and this is big enough to fit it.
So this will fit the largest
Yes,
Stripology
so
rulers.
in my workroom I have 2 of these actually, and all my rulers go into these to A, keep them safe, but B, keep dust and debris off them, and I know where they all are.
Because we often think of bags as being to take things from one place to another, but they're also great storage, aren't they? Hung on a hook on the back of the door, keeps them safe, keeps them out of the way. Because the last thing you want to do is knock, chip, break those rulers.
Yes, they're an investment that you've paid a lot of money for, so look after them.
And if you're going to damage a ruler, it's going to be one of the cutting edges. It'll be a corner that gets chipped off.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
It's ruined.
And the other thing with it is that with the handles on it, because they're sturdy handles, it's a sturdy bag. If you are on the go, you can put all your rulers and project in there and take it with you, and it's all protected. So even in the car, it's not going to get squished and battered. So that was the idea behind it. It was
a super idea.
Purely a selfish, I need something to protect my rulers, so this is what I'm designing.
Well, you're solving a problem that we all have, Suzie, which is what to do with those rulers, how to store them, how to transport them safely. And that uses Styleville?
Yes, I've used Styleville Fix for this. To give it that rigidity and extra security. If you don't want that, you can use any wadding you like, it doesn't matter. But if you are going to store your rulers, I would at least do the base in Styleville. You
need that protection, don't you? It's on screen, Styleville Fix, 1/2 metre, it's 72 centimetres wide, and that's $6.99 per 1/2 metre. 1 metre of this
I
for
would
the
get,
bag.
yeah, you need 1 metre to do either of the bags actually. But it doesn't matter if you have them in 2 1/2 metre increments. That doesn't matter because of the way you're cutting it. But yeah, you'll need a full metre, and that will do your handles as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I really like using Styleville Fix for a shoulder
It
strap.
makes it nice and soft on your shoulder.
Nice and soft, nice and padded. If you carry it on your shoulder, if you carry it in your hands, it still feels nice
don't
and
get that horrid
cutting into. I know, awful.
Yeah.
Now you do get the full instructions as well, and of course you can make this bag, and you will make this bag many, many times. I dare to say, you will make this block, and you will use this as a strip roll quilt pattern.
Yes.
Am I right, Suzie?
Absolutely, yeah. It is such an easy, fun block to do. And as you say, it's only 2.5 inch strips, but actually you can do it with any size strip. So you can make it to fit whatever you want. So quick cushions, if you switch the blocks around, you get completely different looks. I love this.
Yeah.
Love this. You can
It
have
is a
such
really
fun.
cool pattern. It is. It's lovely. It's a really cool method as well. So that bundle is available with the Mill Creek Garden strip roll, which creates that beautiful kind of purples, greens, tans, and depending on how you use the strip roll, you could have very, very different looks. You've also got a strip piece lining, am I right?
I have, yes. So this pattern uses pretty much the entire strip roll.
Fab.
This is all I have left. Where is it? There it is. I've got 3 whole strips left, I think, and then various bits and bobs where I've cut off because I never throw anything away. But because I've strip pieced the lining as well, and I chose to use the browns and creams for the lining.
And there's a pocket as well.
And there's a pocket.
Fab, look at that. Absolutely brilliant.
So that I use to store my smaller template rulers for my EPP.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. So you've got a big pocket in there as well, but you're not even having to buy, you know, 1/2 metre or 1 metre of solid for a lining. You're using that strip roll. However, if you wanted to make your design roll go further and potentially be able to make 2 of these bags, you could do a plain lining. You could do a plainer background, or mix in some strips from, you know, maybe some scraps that you've got left over. You know, I think the Mill Creek Garden range would fit very, very well if you've got those kind of creams and tans, those strips from 2.5 inch strip rolls that you don't necessarily always have a use for in your quilt or your bag project. You could use it for this. Well, fab, that's great. So we've got those 2 bundles. We've also got some design rolls on their own. Now, do we have this pattern on its own? We've got the quilting ruler tote bag instructions on their own. Very, very popular. These are £9.99 for these full instructions. Loads of detail, really detailed instructions. Remember, that isn't because the pattern's hard. It's because Susie's holding your hand through every step. It's important, right?
Yeah, it is. I always write any instructions or even recipes to the point where I'm giving them to somebody who doesn't ever touched anything like it before, so that it's clear and concise, and I get them read by somebody who's inexperienced as well. So if it makes sense to them, then I'm happy.
It's a great way of doing it. You're not there to ask, are you? So
no,
your pattern
absolutely.
needs
Although
to
if anyone
answer
has
every
any
question.
issues, they can always message, and I will
like to
try and
sew at 2 a.m.
respond. Well, I'm usually awake then.
Oh, are you? Okay, fair enough. Don't put that to the test. So you can get those instructions on their own if you would like. Maybe you have a design roll that you think that would make the most perfect quilting ruler tote bag. So you could just buy the pattern on its own. All right. You can also get the design roll on its own. So this is a Moda Mill Creek Garden, it's called. We're very limited on this though. It's $44.99. You're getting 42.5 inch strips. They are absolutely stunning, these fabrics.
I found it really hard to decide which ones to put on the front and which ones to put inside, because they are just so pretty.
Really lovely.
So pretty.
Very, very nice. Great bag for storing your rulers, keeping them safe at home, maybe transporting them from one room to another if you don't have a dedicated sewing area, but also, of course, perfect if you're going along to a class, a workshop, or maybe you're going away for Christmas.
Be a good Christmas
and you want to
sack.
take some, well, I'm thinking if you're going away for Christmas and you want to take some sewing with you, I'd be thinking about taking a bit of sewing along. Maybe you're staying in a cottage for a few days. Oh, lovely. And don't think you won't have time for a bit of sewing, because there will be a little lull where you can just sneak off, do a little sewing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd find a way. Right, let's go.
Someone else can do the washing up, can't
Exactly, exactly. I can't possibly do the washing up. Let's go to demo.
Right,
Susie.
so I'm just going to start with the tote bag, the quilting ruler tote bag, just to show you how easy that block on the front is, because it is such a fun one to do. As you said, it's so easy. One thing I will say with both of these patterns is don't dive straight in, read it through and organise yourself.
Right.
So as I just said, the hardest thing is deciding which bit is going to be what. So I undid my jelly roll, took a sharp intake of breath, and then laid out all the colours and started to just lie them alongside each other to decide which would work and how I wanted it to look. And then there is a page 7 is blank in this pattern. So you've got room to write your own notes as to which fabric is doing what. So then you're not going to get confused. But it also means that when you've come to cutting, you're cutting it the right way. And I also then label everything as I cut it as well. because
Yeah.
I'm really sad.
To start off, get organised.
Yeah.
Just wanted to throw out an idea to you. I know we've dealt with these sort of design roles as two very separate things, but wouldn't this new design role from Riley Blake make the most beautiful quilting ruler tote bag?
Yeah.
These fabrics, I mean, we want you to mix and match.
I almost did it the wrong way
Oh.
and then quickly reread the brief.
Isn't
Thank
it
goodness.
beautiful though?
It would be absolutely stunning. And actually, the Chip-Toe to the Tulip bag, even with the drawstring, you could use as a ruler bag, but it won't fit your Stripology XL.
Right.
It'll,
But it
it'll
makes
fit
a great
your other
project
ones.
bag, doesn't
yeah,
it?
yeah,
Cool.
absolutely. So the first thing you're going to do once you've organised yourself is you select 12 strips to do your block with, and you divide those into 2 sets of 6, and then divide each set of 6 into 2 sets of 3, if that makes sense. And then you're going to spend a long time sewing all the strips along one long edge together, and you press the seams in one direction, and then you lay your pairs together, match up your seams at the side, and then sew along the 2 outer edges. So you end up with a tube in effect. And then what you're going to do is cut a 60-degree triangle. Now I use my Creative Grid 60-degree fine gliese triangle ruler, but if you haven't got one of these, as long
Those are
as
on the website, by the way.
yeah, as long as you have a 60-degree angle on your ruler, then you're good to go.
And we're lining that 60-degree
So,
line up with the bottom edge.
Yep, that goes across the bottom. So it's along the 6-inch dotted line here, and you've got your square edge at the top lining at the top of your strip. And then you're just going to cut up that. And this is the waist, so you can, from my project, so you can see I've got enough to do another one as well. Not a whole bag, but another block.
You could mix and match, couldn't you? Because you make a few different strip
Absolutely,
sets.
yeah. So you do that for the other one as well. So you've got the 2. So we'll make another one.
Margaret's making tartiflette today. That's a dish from the French Alps.
Oh,
that has a mountain connection, doesn't it?
Never heard of that one.
No, I haven't. What is tartiflette?
I was going to say, what's in that one?
Perhaps our producer Hannah. Hannah,
Have a
what
look.
is tartiflette? Thank you.
So when you open these out, this top, there's only a few stitches, so you should be able to just pull them. If not, just go in with your unpicker, or I usually go in with a pair of scissors.
Look at that.
And look at that! You've got an instant block.
It's magic.
So cool. So we'll do the same with this. And you need 4 for each side, basically. And then you're going to put them all together. I don't think I've got another one. Have I got another one done? No, I haven't. So, and I don't think there's enough on there. See, I should have made an extra one. I should have done. No, not quite another one. So we can pretend. But when you come to put them together, press this whichever way you like, really. I tend to press open, but it doesn't really, you can press to one side or another, but you want to press it before you start lining up. And then when you come to line up, you can mix and match these. So you can, I chose to do one, like all the purples on the inside, but you can marry it, you can mix it all around, you can do all different things if you wanted to. You can keep one band the same. And to do that, you need to just think about positioning your strips when you come to sew them. So whatever is in the middle will be in the middle of this bit.
Got you.
You can't, unless you've got 2 strips the same, you won't be able to keep these the same either side, if that makes sense.
It does.
So you just play around and place them. And then when you come to sew them together, having pressed them, obviously I haven't, you can easily line up all your seams. So you just, I tend to use my press mat. So if I flip this over, I usually put the pin through the seam and into the other seam so that I know I've aligned those seams.
Great.
and you can do that all the way down. So it's not onerous for lining up your seams. And by pressing the seams in one direction, they have that nice nest as well, so you're not fighting when you come to sew with your machine. All the seams are 1/4 of an inch as well. So then you just sew those two together, and when you open it out, that's half your block. You'd repeat that at the bottom, and then when you've pressed that, you'd then join those two together, and again you're just marrying those seams, and that is your block done.
Perfect.
So it's,
well, that's why I was thinking it's a great block to then use for quilt making too.
Yeah. I mean,
Loads
and
of
this is a big
possibilities.
block, big block. This size actually is a size of a cushion, so all you'd need to add is an envelope back or a zip back, whichever you prefer.
Great.
And you've got an instant cushion as well.
There are single figures left of that bundle, by the way, so if you fancy making the whole bag just as we've got right here, in those lovely greens and purples and tans, be really, really quick, because that will very quickly sell out. You're getting the full pattern, you're getting the design roll. You don't need a lining fabric because you're going to strip piece that. Look how gorgeous that looks, really stunning. You're going to strip piece your lining and your pocket. Remember, there's a pocket too, and it will fit the largest stripology ruler. It's a very, very versatile book. Tartiflette, by the way, is a combination apparently of potatoes, cream, cheese and bacon.
It's like
Need
a
I
quiche,
say
then.
more? No, I think it's like a baked dish. It's not pastry.
Oh, so it's almost like dauphinoise.
I think it's like a dauphinoise,
Yeah.
but with bacon
Okay, cool.
as well. Which, doesn't bacon make everything better?
Not for the pig.
Absolutely beautiful, beautiful.
The pocket comes from the base, so your base is again strips that you put together. I told you you're going to spend a lot of time strip sewing, but you not stripping, strip sewing. You can strip if you like, but only on your own.
I'm in.
But because of the length of the strip roll, which is of course 42 inches, you've got enough left to create your pocket, and all your pocket is your leftover pieces folded in half and sewn as a bag, if you like, and then just sewn into your lining before you put the lining into your bag.
Understood.
Because you really will struggle to do it if you don't.
Well, I love it when no strip or scrap is wasted.
Yes.
It's a great project for using just about every last little bit. I think, did you say there are about 3 bits of strip
Yeah, I've got
left?
3 full strips left, and then these bits that we've just used is all I had left, and literally just trimmings where you shaped things,
which you could easily make into a little zip pouch to pop into the bag, just for a few other bits
exactly,
and bobs.
or a quick pencil case or a storage caddy. So you've got lots of options, but you're not left with a stash of fabric. I know we all love a stash, but if your workroom looks anything like mine.
Is it a mountain?
Well, I have been told that I have to clear it up.
Have you? Was that your conscience telling you that?
That and the other person in my household.
Well, now that bundle is very, very close to selling out. So if you've got it in your basket, do remember to check out. You only pay 1p here at Sewing Street. £3.95 is your postage for the entire day, no matter how many times you check out, no matter whether you're buying a strip roll or a brand new sewing machine. You'll only pay that same P&P once. Now then, we have the beautiful Tiptoe Through the Tulips.
We do.
Tote bag. Do you have some lovely things to show us?
I'm going to show you how to make the tulip.
Ace!
Because I thought that was the most exciting
that.
bit. Yeah.
Yes.
So again with this, you need to organise yourself. Now you don't use all of your jelly roll or strip roll for this. Depending on how you put it all together, you may only use half, which means you'll be able to make 2 out of it. But again, I'm afraid the pattern, I've had to photocopy mine because my actual copy has gone walkabout. So mine is a photocopy. Yours comes as a booklet like the other one does as well. But I always put a post-it note in with a guide to which fabric is which. so that I know, because I end up with it all over my cutting table. And then I'm thinking, oh, hang on a minute, did I choose that for the handles or that for the handles?
Got to be organised. One little top tip, by the way, that I use for patterns is that I, obviously you can't reproduce the pattern for other people, but what you can do is I scan and print a copy of the pattern, a working pattern. I keep my original pattern in a Polly Pocket in a file, and then I keep those, and then I've got my working copy that I can scribble on, annotate.
Well, that's why I use the old Post-its, because, and I date them usually, so that I know what, when I made it, and then I can then just put those on the next page and carry on. But yeah, get yourself organised. Now there is one piece that I would recommend, and it's the bit at the band at the top, this bit here.
Okay.
Don't cut that to shape until you've assembled the bag. And the reason for that is it has to fit. You can guesstimate, but we also at different quarter inches. I know that sounds really wrong. Any mathematician has just hit their head on the desk, but our machines sew at different quarter inches. We have the odd wobble. We don't press straight. Anything could happen. So it is highlighted in here with an asterisk that you don't cut it until you've got your bag assembled, because then you can cut it the right length.
Well, I would always say the same about borders.
Absolutely.
Your pattern will give you the mathematical length, but you're much better off making your top and then measuring it through the centre. In fact, I measure, if it's a big quilt, 2 or 3 times and find the average, and then cut your border to that length, same for a bag. And also as well, I would say that it's quite important to sort of, really pick that top edge fabric carefully.
Yes.
Because it is quite a distinct part of the whole look of the bag.
Yes, and you don't want it to take away from the tulip shapes either.
No.
So it needs to complement rather than overpower.
It would be rather nice in the green.
It would look lovely in the
green stripe, look.
But I wanted that for my stalks.
Well, yes, of course. Yes.
I went very traditional. I went green stalks and leaves.
Or the yellow.
And
that would also be really nice for the top of the bag.
Yeah, it would. I almost used the yellow, but I put that to one side.
So many options.
The other thing that the instructions suggest is that round the tulip you use your background fabric, so that in that case the plain. But what I actually did on the sample was use some of my strip roll pieces. There's still enough for you to do that, so I've got more left of the background. But with the demo, I'm going to use the background colour so you can see how it would work with the background. So I've shown you both. So for your tulips, it's such an easy one to do. You're snowballing corners, which is the technical term for it, and you're doing half square triangles. So you're instantly learning 2 really important techniques. And I've lost a square. Where is that?
I see it.
Oh, there
it
it
is.
is. Yeah, there you go. See, I was organised. I did all my marking and then stacked the ones I hadn't marked, so I can show you how to mark them. So you're going to, for your little squares, and these are going around the tulip, you're just going to mark with a heat diffusible pen or whatever you choose to use that isn't a biro, because you don't want to see it later. You're just going to mark down one diagonal. But for the larger square, which goes round the leaves, you're going to place your ruler with the 1/4 inch line down the diagonal, and then draw your line on the edge. So it's 1/4 inch away from that diagonal. Now, if you've got the June Taylor half square triangle ruler, then it has a slot that does that automatically for you, so you don't have to do that. Or if you've got the add a quarter ruler, then you'd place that on the diagonal and draw a line.
We've actually got in the next hour, we've got a tool for marking the centre line and the 1/4 inch either side for half square triangles, quarter square triangles, which would be ideal for that.
Perfect.
I'll show you how to use it.
There are lots of tools around, and they just make it a less onerous thing.
Yeah.
And I've got you to cut these. Whoops, I'm putting it on the wrong one. I've got you to cut these so that you've got scope they're not an exact size now. We're going to trim them down in a minute.
Oh, okay. So there's a bit of wiggle room.
There is, yeah. So, and the great thing is using a plane, there's no right or wrong side.
Cool.
So you're going to place these right sides together, and you're going to stitch down those lines you've done.
Yep.
On this is for the leaves. So whatever you've chosen as your leaf square. So that will be those two. I'm just going to put a quick pin in just to hold it while I position these. Now with the tulip, what you're going to do is the top two, you want to end up with a snowball in the middle. And if there is direction to your fabric, you might want to start putting them in the right places now so that you know which bits you're covering up, because there's so much detail in here. It might be if I swizzle this round, when this gets hooked back, that might give me a better look. So play around, and you want to place the top ones in the top corners.
Yep.
And then the bottom one, which this doesn't matter.
Create a V, don't they?
They do. Go on the outside to give you that distinct tulip shape. And again, you're going to sew on the lines. So you can chain piece these. What you don't want though is a 1/4 inch foot on at the moment. So let's find your other one.
Just a regular foot or an open toed?
Yes, either of those two, because you're not sewing a 1/4 inch seam at this stage. And then off we go.
Now the details for this bundle are on screen. You're getting Suzie Duncan's Riley Blake Tiptoe Through the Tulips tote bag kit. You're getting the Riley Blake design roll. It's brand new. Absolutely gorgeous. Such a beautiful range of colours there. You're also getting 1 metre of that deep rose pink, which you're going to use for things like your piecing and also for the drawstring top of the bag. Remember, this isn't just a tote bag, it's got a drawstring top as well. Great for picnic bag as well. And then you're also getting the full instructions. It's a bag I know I would make a gazillion times. It looks really fun to make, and it's a really useful size, shape. The fact that it's got that drawstring inside makes it super functional as well for me. You're getting everything there for $59.96. The pattern you can reuse again and again and again. The pattern on its own, I think, is sold out. Almost sold out, the pattern on its own. You can also get that design roll on its own, but we've got less than 10 of those bundles left. So if you really love that bundle, you're going to need to be quick. Now, I also think that that design roll would look amazing made up into the ruler tote bag as well, using that really cool kind of tube quilting technique. You could get the design roll on its own for $49.99. Remember, the best price to get it is in that bundle because you save £7. But you can buy the design roll on its own for $49.99. Details are on screen. Now, we do have a few design rolls on their own if you fancy using one of the techniques but a different colourway. This one is, yeah, this is lovely. Now, this is kind of like almost like tie-dye effect, isn't it? Over, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to open it so you can see. It's been on once before.
Today.
Do you know what I really am? I really am. I'm just touchy. I'm going to open this up and we'll have a proper look inside. Because, well, I'm like your eyes and ears, aren't I, really? You know, I've got to, this is what, well, you probably wouldn't do this in a shop. She wants to get
banned.
Oh, these are amazing. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me.
Make an amazing...
If you love shibori or those sort of stuff, if you've just bought my new fabric range, the Indigo Elements, these would mix so beautifully well. Look. These, they really look like hand-dyed fabrics.
They do. They're almost sashiko
it's
designs
that sort of,
as well.
Yeah, that kind of shibori tie-dyed effect. these amazing blue. Look at this.
Oh, I love that.
That's amazing. Isn't it cool what's achievable? Gold as well. Absolutely stunning. Gold, gold. Always believe. Stop it.
It'd be really good if your
And then
Christmas theme is
these.
gold.
Yeah,
that would be
they would
really
look
good.
lovely. The golds and these sort of, it's almost like a taupe. Oh, they are just lovely.
You could do this quilt block, the quilting
Let's
ruler
talk
block,
about fabric.
and have that as your table centre in the
Yeah,
golds. Wouldn't that
Be
look amazing?
Yeah, and these would both work really well. You could absolutely
Yeah.
make the Tiptoe Through the Tulips bag using this. You could absolutely make the quilting ruler tote bag using these. They would also make an incredible quilt. Now then, where are my 2 forks and a friend? Let's just roll this back up. Look at that. There's a job in a factory waiting for me, which is probably just as well. Oh, goodness me. Look, I fell at the first hurdle. Read it and weep. Look, I can do it. I can do it. That is Pochi. I'm probably pronouncing that all wrong, but it is absolutely lovely. And I know good fabric. That is just beautiful. So that's that one. I'm very drawn to this one as well. Am I allowed to open this one too? Just opening it. Not even waiting for an answer. It's like that. I'm mad, bad and dangerous to know. Now this is called Boudoir and it's basic grey. I mean, anything basic grey has got my name written all over it. They started as a paper crafting company.
Did. I used to do a lot with basic grey.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you do a lot of paper craft as well?
I am a paper crafter as well, yeah. Yeah, I do Facebook Live every Friday night.
Oh, fantastic. So you know Tim Holtz as well, of
I
course.
do. I do know Mr.
I mean, I've
Holtz.
always thought that paper craft designs would look amazing. Oh, this is brilliant. Now, we were having a monochrome hour the first hour. This is perfect. Look at these. This is, it's kind of got a little bit pulled back. There we go.
See, I definitely want to make a bag out of that.
This, yeah, definitely. This has got bag all over it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You've got those kind of charcoals. Look at that little honeycomb print, texture like a lace print almost.
Hence the boudoir.
Grungy. Oh, this is absolutely stunning. And then we're moving through from greys into kind of pinky taupes. And then more of your kind of greys with a little hint of just a very, very soft sort of peachy gold in it.
Stunning. Absolutely lovely.
Yeah, that is really gorgeous. Now that again would be perfect.
Oh, it'd be absolutely amazing.
for either
as the
bag. Because you could do monochrome tulips.
Absolutely. White. Who
Yeah.
says you can't?
Yeah.
You get white and black tulips anyway.
You do. But I mean, just to do just a totally monochrome look.
Be like the Midnight Garden. Looks so
smashing.
cool.
Yeah, midnight tulips. There we go. I think we've just organised our entry into Festival of Quilt, Susie.
Excellent.
2-person quilt.
Fabulous.
Tiptoe through my midnight garden. Do please ask the bill payer's permission. Oh, this is lovely. I just love it. I love it. Now then, you've done your sewing across.
I have, yes. So I've sewn them across. So the next stage for your half square triangles, so this is the leaf, is to cut down that diagonal between those 2 stitch lines. So you get 2 triangles.
Mm-hmm.
The tulip ones, you're going to place your 1/4 inch on that seam line you've just sewn and take away that little dog ear. You don't have to do that stage, but if you do that stage, it means it's less bulky.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to press, and I press my half square triangles towards the leaf, the green.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2 of those. And then I press the snowballed corners towards the little snowball. So you press them away. And it is a press, not an iron. Quilters don't iron, they press.
Yeah, well, you'd hope. Now, Marion asks, hi to you both. Hi, Marion. What do you mean by snowballing, unless I heard wrong, Susie?
It is. I don't know why it's called a snowball.
I do.
You do? Excellent. Please inform, because I've tried to look it up, but it's basically you cutting the corner off with another square, aren't you? Yeah.
So traditionally, the snowball block is a square of fabric, and then you put the corners, like you saw Susie do, draw a line across the middle, put it on the corner, stitch, flip it back and press it and trim the background away. You do that on all four corners, and it effectively turns that original square of fabric ends up, it's a sort of a circle. It's an octagon, but it's a sort of a circle, and the idea is that is the snowball. So if you look up snowball quilt, snowball block, that is the block. So snowballing the corners, or stitch and flip, is putting that square on, sewing across the diagonal and flipping the corner back. It can be used on all four corners to make a snowball block. It can be used on just some corners to create all sorts of other things.
Brilliant. Now you see, you learn something every day. But I'm not going to play snowballs with you, because obviously yours are going to be far too hard because they'll have corners.
Yeah. Oh yes.
The next thing you're going to do is trim down these half square triangle blocks so they're 2 inches square. I use the 45-degree angle on my ruler to place along my seam line, and then trim off any excess. And this is a job that it is when you're doing the whole block, because I did mine as a chain piece block, so you end up with a lot of these to do, 32 in fact.
Okay.
So it is a bit laborious, but I just put the telly on and watched the telly while I did it.
For me.
On the radio?
Yeah.
Now I caught up with Strictly actually.
Who's your winner?
Oh, I think after this week it's very close, isn't it? They're all very immensely talented, immensely brave for doing it. And yeah, it's just been, I love dancing. I wouldn't like to do the actual show because that would terrify me, but I would love to learn to dance like that.
Do it.
I will. It's on my bucket list, which I'm wading my way through rapidly.
I used to go to salsa and rock and roll
That's
classes.
what I want to do, salsa.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. It was so much fun.
It is. And the fact that everyone smiles as they're doing it is even better.
True enough.
So what I would recommend now is that you lay your pieces to look like the finished block, because then you're not going to sew the wrong bits together in the wrong direction.
Look at that.
It looks amazing, doesn't it?
It really does.
So you're going to put these two pieces together, and you'll find that those seams nestle quite nicely, and you're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam with those. So as I piece them, I sew them, because then I can't get it wrong, she says.
Can I just a little shout out to Paula? Paula's asked a question. Hi both, can you explain how the rulers work? Thanks. Can you just clarify what rulers you mean, Paula, and we'll do our best with it by all means.
Now, when you come to do the leaves, you want them to go in that V. So make sure they look like the leaves going in the V. You don't want to do them all the same direction, because otherwise you'll only have leaves going one direction.
Yes.
So that's why I suggest you lay them out. I'm a great one for...
Is anyone also seeing the top half of a butterfly with the body in the middle?
Yes. Yeah.
Tulips and butterflies. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Oh, I've just moved that one. There you go. It's there. And doing this, you've not got seam matching yet. So
good. Put that off to the last minute, thanks.
Absolutely. All my patterns are like that, have you not noticed? As little seam matching as we can do, or if we do, then it makes it easy. So one thing you do want to do is press as you go. Don't save it. I tend to press these ones open now, because you've got seams coming in from either direction, so you're going to get bulk.
Yeah.
So I would then press these open, preferably not my fingers as well.
And so pressing seams open, you can do that throughout if you want.
Absolutely.
Just about managing bulk. We are almost at the end of the hour. The quilting rulers. I was given some, but not sure how you use them for measuring. Oh, okay. Well, Paula, I'm going to be showing some of the rulers, some of the tools in the next hour, so stick around and I will do as many little demos using the rulers as I possibly can, and hopefully we'll cover all the bases. If you're wondering just how to use quilting rulers for measuring out your fabrics, you know, any good sort of beginner level quilting book will also give an explanation, but I will give as many demos of rulers in the next hour as possible.
I can always do the straight one in the next next hour, because we have to do strips.
Show, which I'm so excited about, is that incredible Granada garden quilt from William Morris Fabrics that's hanging behind Suzie. It is incredible. It's an heirloom, isn't it? This is not let's make a quilt in a weekend.
No.
This is let's really get our teeth sunk into something that we can really enjoy.
It is. So when you come to put these two together, use the pin technique, you know, where you put a pin in through, put them right sides together, put a pin through and put a pin through the bottom one. And then you know you've matched those up. And then you'll sew those at 1/4 inch as well. I won't do this because I know we're short of time. Make sure your leaves are at the right orientation, and then you're going to sew your stalk piece one either side and press towards the stalk. And then you join your top to your stalk and you'll end up with this.
Amazing.
And then you want to trim it so it is 4 inches wide by 7 3/8.
And have we even got a little bit of wiggle room for that too?
There is it's very minimal trimming you're going to be doing, but it's just because this block comes up slightly smaller than this bit here, the way I did the maths. And then you're just going to sash these together. And I've sashed them so that they're offset. Mainly because then I'm not matching seams forever and a day.
Yeah, love that.
But also
that
it gives it a bit more interest.
It really does. It's a beautiful bag, Suzie. Really enjoyed watching your demos. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for bringing us 2 great projects today. Don't forget, if they're in your baskets, do check them out because they're very limited stock now. I want you to make sure that you get the design roll, the pattern, the bundle that you want. Now we're going to go to a short break, and then when we come back it's going to be all about rulers and tools and some great templates. I'm going to be demoing as many of them as I can, so stick around. I'll see you after this, and we'll see Suzie back at 11.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's lovely to have your company today. We've got a whole load of different tools in this hour and different kinds of rulers and templates. And I'm going to try and show you as many of them as I can and show you them actually kind of working so you can get an idea of what they are, what you're buying. Now, yesterday we had the lazy angle ruler. Lots of you bought that, and I've got it right here. It's no longer still available. We'll get it back in stock, of course, but this is the ruler that you may have bought from Creative Grids. Creative Ribs, thank you. The non-slip lazy ankle ruler. But what we have got in today's show is the Lazy and Loving It step-by-step guide to 250 lazy angle blocks. So this is absolutely fantastic. If you've got that ruler or if you're planning to get it in the future, it is just the most wonderful resource. Now you're getting 250 block designs for £24.99. And remember that means that you've got the potential for 250 quilts, using one block in each. If you start combining two or more blocks, you've got 500 or 1,000 quilt designs or more. You've got all of the basics of how to actually cut out the different pieces. You've got basic blocks that you can make using your lazy angle ruler. Really detailed, so it's a good workbook. I would get some fabrics to start with, some plain fabrics or whatever out of your stash, and make a few of these sort of basic samples up. You might already have the ruler. You may have had the ruler for a while, done the blocks that are on the ruler, but are looking for something new, something a bit more of a challenge, or just something a bit more imagination. And then we start to get into the designs themselves. I love the fact that we've got how to put them together with sashing without, how different they look when you start to create secondary designs. This is a lot of book for your money. This is absolutely fantastic. The Lily Star, the Glow Block, yum. I like Raleigh too. That is really dynamic, and I love anything that has a chain in it. So some basic simple piecing there, some 4-patch, but then this unit in the middle, I mean, any other way, forget it. But with that lazy angle ruler, just brilliant. The Festive Star. You know, you start to add 2 or more blocks together, you start getting secondary designs. Those secondary designs, look at this one, tessellated, almost Escher-esque tessellations. Do you see that? Here, how clever is that? You're loving this book. It's a brilliant resource. The Fang, love it. Shake, that's gorgeous. I wouldn't be able to piece it anyway. Maybe foundation paper piecing. Now, if you're someone who really doesn't like foundation paper piecing, but you want to make something beyond half square triangles and flying geese, this is a brilliant, brilliant way. Ricky Road, Rocky Road, Rookie Road. I see a theme here. It's really fab. And done using sort of shades of blue and grey, which kind of just gives you an idea of the sort of tone that you might use, how to contrast lights, mediums, darks. But then when you start getting into using your prints, your ombres, your monochromes, solids, just think about the amazing quilts you could make. Lots and lots of sample designs, lots of ways of combining. This combines 4 of these units to create this amazing border. This one, almost like an argyle pattern. Yeah, golf socks, golf jumpers, that kind of thing. Really cool. But I mean, great rounded border of a quilt. Or create a medallion or frame quilt that just uses different borders. Quarter of the stock has already gone, and we've got good stocks of this book, but already a quarter has disappeared. Look at Spindle and Skate. Those are divine. Absolutely divine. This is fantastic goodie. Now this looks like it's the kind of thing that you would foundation paper piece. It's got almost a mariner's compass look about it, hasn't it? But it's regular piecing using your lazy angle ruler. Why didn't I buy a lazy angle ruler yesterday? Nipper, love it. Got a price comparison for this book. Let's have a little look. There we go, Lazy and Loving It. And this is with the lazy angle ruler. £42.90. Now, we don't have the ruler today, but you might have bought it yesterday. The book is actually really hard to get hold of. We've struggled to get hold of it. Well, we've managed to get it in stock. It is a brilliant, brilliant book. I mean, even keeping it really simple, like this block right here at the top, just to kind of, it's like a sort of windmill. It's a different kind of pinwheel. But if you love that look of pinwheels, but you're kind of done with pinwheels and you want something different, this is a great one. You could add a little covered button in the center. You could add an appliqued sort of stem. These could be daffodils. These could be those little windmills that you get at the seaside. This is lovely down here. I love that block too. There's some absolutely stunning blocks in this book. Look at that. Yeah, we've only really been able to find this book on American websites, not on UK websites. Now, these are good. These are play shapes. So I think the idea here is, here we go, look, play shapes are a set of A and B pieces that you can use to practice putting lazy angle blocks together. All the shapes are shown to make a finished 4-inch block, so the seam allowance isn't included. So essentially, you could photocopy these, rotary cut them up, use an old blade, you know, because you're cutting through paper, and then you can twist and turn and make your own blocks. Be your own designer. And you get 250 blocks in the book, but with a few small changes to those blocks, you could create another 250 of your own design. I think this is a terrific book. This is a book that the more time you spend with it, the more you'll get from it. And just think about taking along these quilts and showing your quilting friends, look how I moved on. Look how I've moved on in my quilting journey. These amazing things. No, it isn't foundation pieced. Yeah, it's regular piecing. Those are real wows. That's fabulous. Fancy full. But even something like this, the Winter Star, you know, simple. And I've certainly made that using templates, but that's a whole extra step. Whereas with your lazy angle ruler, you're just ready to go. That's fab. $24.99 for the Lazy and Loving It book by Joan Hawley. If you managed to get the ruler yesterday, well done, because that did sell out. We will get it back in stock. I'm not sure when, but we will, because it went down so well, and this book is terrific. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Lazy, loving it. Well done if you managed to get it. Really good, really good. Now, what should we look at next? There's so much. Yeah. We'll have a little look at the Dresden templates. Now this is from Creative Grids. All right. Now you're getting a set. This is an 18-degree non-slip Dresden plate ruler. You're getting the Dresden wedge. You're also getting the circle. So effectively, let me show you. You're getting this part and this part. Now this has got different lines on it, so you can cut the Dresden shapes from different widths of ruler. And essentially, if I just grab a bit of fabric, and I'll cut out a couple just to show you. So for example, if you had maybe, we'll do a 4.5-inch strip. So I'll just cut this on the fold. Now we had one of you was asking earlier on, how do you use the rulers for measuring? Yeah, so I'll just show you. So on your ruler you've got inches marked. You can get metric rulers as well, but I always use inches. I just find them easier. And what you want to start off with, I'm right-handed, you want to clean up the edge of your fabric, okay, rather than just keeping the selve edge on. This fabric's on the fold. So I'm lining up a straight line on the ruler with my fold at the top, and that means then when I open the fabric out, the cut will be nice and straight, and then just straightening up that edge. Okay, so I've got rid of the selvage. I'll leave the ruler in place, I'll leave the fabric on my board as well, and I'm just going to turn the board around. I turn the board rather than the fabric because I've just cut this lovely straight line and I don't want to mess that up now. And then I'm going to cut a 4.5 inch wide strip. So if you look at the grid marks, 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, and there's an extra 1/2 inch on this side as well. So I've lined up this line on the cut edge of the fabric. I've lined straight edges on the fold, and then I'm going to cut again. So what I end up with there is a nice straight 4.5 inch wide piece of fabric. Now then, let's grab the ruler, and what I'm going to do now is cut out my wedge shapes. All right. So I'm going to line up the top edge of my wedge with the top edge of the fabric, and the 4.5 inch mark is down here along the bottom edge, and I'm going to make a cut. Okay, I do need to cut this edge as well, so I'm just going to quickly turn my fabric around and I'll cut there too. Okay, so that's my first little wedge. Okay, well, that'll be my first Dresden. And then I can just flip my ruler, so it's easy now. Flip your ruler up the other way, line up your edges and cut. Turn your ruler round and cut. You could do this on multiple layers of fabric, but I'm just going to do it on one. And you'd carry on with that throughout the strip. Obviously, you've got instructions on the back of your ruler which tell you how many to cut for a Dresden. Now I've done mine in the same fabric. Usually you would mix and match these, but I'm just going to use the same for this. What you'll do next is to fold your little tumbler shape in half, and I'm going to flip my board over so that I've got the pressing side. So flip that over, and you want to press. Now you just want to really press the top edge. You want a little crease in the top edge, and then I like to just carry on that down with my fingers. I'm not going to press all the way down because I don't want a really firm line all the way down. Now once you've done that, you'll then take this to your sewing machine, and then you're going to stitch a 1/4 inch across the sort of wide end of your wedge. Let me just grab up the sewing machine and I'll quickly do that. Okay, right then, so you want a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to guesstimate. There we go. So I'm just going to sew across this 1/4 inch seam allowance. Go. Get rid of that. I think that's all the sewing I'm planning on doing today. Now then, once you've done that, what I would recommend you do is just grab some scissors, and just that nearest to the fold, you want to just trim a tiny little bit off your seam allowance, just a little bit down towards, not right to the sewing line, but just sort of nearish, just to remove a little bit of the bulk. And then you're going to turn that through to the right side and push it up. Now you could do with something a little bit sort of pointy, pokey, just to push that out. I wouldn't normally recommend using scissors, but I haven't got anything else. There we go. So I've just pushed that point out, okay? And then do you remember I finger pressed a line down the middle? I'm now going to line up the seam allowance, or the seam line rather, with that centre line. There we go. Just like that. And then I'm going to grab my iron and I'm going to press. Single figures of this ruler, okay? There we go. Just to get that nicely pressed, I'll flip it over and give it another little press. There we go. And now I've created one of the wedges for my Dresden. I'll make a series of those They'll all end up with this little pointy edge, and then I'll flip them together, right sides together, and sew those seams. That will create a circle or a fan or a half circle, all sorts you can do with that. And then at the end of that, you're going to applique a circle over the centre. Now, I just wanted to very quickly show you something else, a different way of using fabric. What's that, sorry? I'm just going to show you here. Now, I've used a fabric that was on yesterday. This is, what was it called? Ladies Legacy. And I've used a stripe, and I'm kind of cut my strip the other way because I'm going to use I'm going to create a long wedge. Okay, let's just move that out of the way, turn it around and cut. Okay, so I've cut it out of a striped fabric. I'm going to do exactly the same again. This is the sort of full size now. This would make a really, really big Dresden. So I'm just going to fold that in half and I'll sew it again just to show you the effect. Now, I wouldn't necessarily use striped fabric for every single blade in the Dresden, but you could. But I just wanted to show you how if you mixed in perhaps four at 4 equal points, how that would create a really, really cool look to your Dresden plate block. Now, just while I'm trimming this down and turning it, I just want to talk a little bit about the circle. Now, when you come to do the circle over the centre, ideally you want to have a turned edge, applique. You're going to applique that circle. There's a few different ways to achieve that. You can cut 2 circles using your template. There's a seam allowance included. Cut 2 in fabric, sew them right sides together, sew all the way around the outside, and then use scissors, carefully pull them apart, and using scissors cut a slit in the back of one of the fabrics, turn it through to the right side, turn the seam allowance out nice and smoothly, and then press it, and then you'll have a turned edge. You could also do that with 1 piece of fabric, 1 piece of interfacing. Okay, and you could also do it where you cut out a template of the circle finished size in freezer paper or cardboard, and then actually turn your seam allowance over onto that cardboard or freezer paper and then applique it down. So there's various different ways to achieve the same end result. So I'm just going to press that flat, and then there's my Dresden blade. And you can just imagine, can't you, that fanned around, all stripes or occasional stripes of the different effects that you could get. Really, really lovely, lovely effect that you could have. Imagine, so if these were all different ones. I love that ruler. It's one I've got myself. I've used so many times. It's about to sell out, so if you are quick, you might just get it. Okay, so that's our Dresden ruler from Creative Grids. Now, may I just show this one? I've got the these are the sticks from Creative Grids. 15-inch and 9-inch, okay. 15-inch graphic coming first. There it is. Now this is a seam guide. Okay, so I'm going to cut out a little square. They work in exactly the same way as each other. So if I show you how to use one of them, and then it's exactly the same. So when you're cutting out, we use a lot of half square triangles, a lot of quarter square triangles in our patchwork, where we have to mark a diagonal line. Now then, I'm just going to cut out a quick square so I can show you how we might use this. So let's just cut out a 4.5-inch square. There we go. Lovely, this fabric is so cute, really nice. Okay, so here's my square of fabric, and I'm going to make half square triangles using this. So I need to mark the diagonal, or maybe I need to mark sewing lines. So what you're going to do is you're going to use your stick, okay, and you're going to line it up from corner to corner. Now what's brilliant about this is there's a slot that runs through the middle. So normally with a ruler you're trying to get it across from corner to corner, and it can be really quite difficult to do that. Because this is a slot, you just want the corners to appear in the slots, okay. And then if you want to just mark the diagonal, let me see if I've got, I think maybe this pen doesn't work. Oh, should have checked that before I started. Oh no, there we go. I think it's actually that it's not long enough. I'm just wondering if I've got a pencil now. Oh, that was going so well. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. You mark through. It's not the nib isn't long enough to go through. Trying a different pencil. I'll give it a go. Thank you. Thank you. Well, if you don't mark the centre line, of course, you can mark either side. So you've got that diagonal anyway. Perhaps the thing is you're not meant to mark the straight line through the centre. There we go. So that's our 1/4 inch either side. I guess if you wanted to mark that centre, what you could do is use a propeller pencil. We have a lot of pencil issues this morning. I'm just going to mark. That's not holding properly. It keeps retracting through the centre. Anyway, you get the idea. So that way, you see, we've got those diagonals marked. Now, if you were making something like 1/4 square triangles, you could mark both diagonals. Okay, instead, like this. Oops. It's a great tool for marking those 1/4 inches. So you've got your sewing lines, and the more accurately you can sew those lines, the more accurate your finished 1/4 square triangles and half square triangles will be. See, I've never been a fan of having to trim units once they're sewn. Personally, I'd rather sew them once and know that the finished unit is accurate. Single figures of that 15-inch left now. It's a really, really useful tool for marking. Now, of course, you could use this to mark a really big block if you wanted to mark that diagonal. And because it's 1/2 inch wide, you're able then to mark 1/4 inch either side of the centre line at the same time. Quick, easy, accurate. That's what it's all about. That's absolutely what it's all about. Now we do a smaller version as well. This one's the 9-inch. Okay. And that will also as well, can you see how that lines up with the corner? So the corner of the marking tool is angled at a right angle. So that will line up with your fabric. Get that lined up and then you can mark either side. I am about to make a quilt which has got about 1 million half square triangles in. Maybe not 1 million, but it's got an awful lot. If you know the pattern Lady of the Lake, I'm doing a Lady of the Lake variation quilt, which uses many hundreds of small half square triangles. Now, if I might be prepared to trim down half a dozen for something, but if it's hundreds and hundreds, I'm making them once. I am cutting and I am sewing them once, and they've got to be accurate. So a tool like that, super useful. Now, if you manage to get the Dresden rulers, the templates, well done. That has sold out now. But we've still got loads of other templates to share with you, just to inspire your creativity. Now then, I'm looking. Here it is. Scrap Crazy. Let's start with the ruler. Now I'm going to grab these out. Now, there's a 6-inch version and an 8-inch version. They're totally different. One isn't just bigger than the other. They're different templates. So this is what you've got in the Crazy, non-slip, Scrap Crazy 8-inch block. You've got 3 different shapes, but 4 different templates, because you're going to use A and B. You're going to flip it. Okay. And also you've got like a shorter, you've got a line to make B. B is shorter than A, if that makes sense. That's the template. And if you look down the bottom of the pattern on the front, you can actually see a block diagram. So this would be just a really simple block. Now this would be great for using up your stash, your scraps. I think, if I'm right, these are 2.5 inches. Yes, they are. They're 2.5 inches, which means that a lot of these pieces we could use from strip roll, which is always good. Not all 2.5 inches wide, but the narrower ones would fit on a 2.5 inch strip. So you could use up strips and scraps and bits and bobs. Now, you might have bought this before. I remember having this on a show maybe 6 weeks ago or so. You may have done that block, but you want a bit more inspiration and you want to know, well, where next? How else could I use this block? We have got the perfect little playbook to support that. It's called the Scrap Crazy Playbook, and it's by Karen Montgomery. It features 7 projects featuring the Scrap Crazy template set from Creative Grids, and it's $14.99. Let me show you inside. Wowza, look at these. I mean, this is using a square block, like a crazy quilt block, done in autumny colours with applique. That is lovely. We've also got this fantastic scrap quilt here. There's a table runner. Crazy modern. Like folded ribbons. Fall in Love. I love how it's used for the border in this one. That is terrific. Love that idea. Got quite a modern look here. This is just using one of the templates, the C template. That is a fabulous quilt. Really love that. That's called Hometown Favourite. It's just giving you extra ideas, isn't it? For $14.99, those together make a great combination, because you've got the templates. They're non-slip as well. They've got like a little sort of dots on the back that stop the template slipping around while you're cutting. You can use these on layered fabric. So if you've got scraps that are all of a similar size, kind of layer them up, cut out the templates, keep them labelled. So maybe make yourself some little A, B, C, D labels, pin them on, and then start to play and create some really fantastic blocks. Use up those scraps, make a dent in your mountain of stash. It's all about mountains today, isn't it? Mountains and bagels. The Bagel Mountain. Now you're talking. So that's our Scrap Crazy. Log Cabin. Now, one of my absolute all-time favourite blocks. It's a quilt classic, isn't it? The Log Cabin. but can be incredibly laborious to cut out, and you can end up with very inaccurate blocks. Now, this is the Log Cabin Trim Tool 2, designed by Jean Wright. And this helps you create perfect 12-inch or 6-inch finished log cabins, half log cabins, courthouse steps. And the way you're going to use this is you're going to use this to square up your blocks, square up your logs before you add the next layer, if you like. So what that means is that as you're building your block out from the center for a traditional log cabin or courthouse steps, or from one corner if you're creating a half log cabin, you're keeping the correct size as you go, because the danger when you're adding strips, especially if you're kind of doing the quick method where you're adding strips and then just trimming off the ends, is that your block just starts to get different size, skewed, stretched, rippled. It can go into some very bad places. Your log cabin trim tool is going to keep everything square and the right size as you're adding. It'll keep you on that straight and narrow path. It's $24.99. And I'll be honest with you, if you only ever make one log cabin quilt, make sure it's beautiful and perfect and you love making it. Having this ruler, having this trimming tool would pay for itself just making one quilt. But once you've made one, you won't be able to stop at one. You'll be making multiples. Now, there is a book which accompanies this, if you want it, and there's lots of lovely inspiration. The book is written using the 6-inch log cabin trim tool, but this one, the one we've got, actually goes up to 12 inches, so you could adapt these patterns. And what's lovely about the trim tool, I'll just explain, is that you're using sort of slightly wider strips than you need, slightly longer. You're sewing quite, shall we say, ham-fisted first round, and then you're lining up markings on the ruler with the centre, which gives us the perfect size. Then you're trimming the edges off and trimming it down to a perfect. I'd like my log cabin to look like that rather than like that. But let's be honest, when we've had a go at this, do our blocks look more like this one here? Or more like this one here? If yours look like that with regular piecing, you don't need the tool. Okay? But I know from my own personal experience, mine are more likely to look like the one that needs trimming. So the book and the tool are absolutely ideal. And you keep adding your strips in that way and trimming it down. Now, if you want to do courthouse steps, now courthouse steps, rather than, let's see, with log cabin, you're adding dark strips to one side and then light strips to the other. So you have a light and a dark half in this way. With courthouse steps, you have 2 lights on opposite sides, 2 darks on opposite sides, and you keep that pattern going throughout. You're going to trim it down till it's perfect, and then you're going to add the next layer on, again keeping the lights and the darks in the same positions, trim that down until it's perfect, and then keep adding until you end up with your final courthouse steps block. For the half log cabin block, you're going to use the same principle, but you're just going to add strips to one side of the square, and you're going to go outwards from there, trimming. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. Now let's have a look at some proper good inspiration. You can chain piece as well, of course, if you want to, and then do lots of trimming en masse. Have a look at the kind of quilts you could be making. A cabin on the lake. Oh, that is stunning. That is stunning. Beautiful border as well. Really lovely. With a little applique. A little mini quilt. A table topper, that's sweet, with some applique. Pathway home. I wouldn't add the circles personally, but I love the design of the log cabin. call that straight furrows. The way you put together your log cabins, they have different names. So for example, having it in kind of concentric circles is called barn raising. In diagonal lines, it's called straight furrows. You can have streak of lightning. There's various different designs. Little pillows, that's lovely. That's using this is using courthouse steps rather, by the way. It's really inspiring, isn't it? And this is fun. So this is using the courthouse steps block. Okay, but rather than having light and dark sides, it's actually done in concentric rings. So that gives a really different look, but still using the same principle. Love that. So that is your log cabin trim tool 2, which does up to 6-inch or 12-inch blocks. This is your log cabin quilts, and this uses 6-inch finished blocks, but you could be inspired by the quilts in there and use that to create larger blocks, 12-inch blocks. And of course you have got the tutorials in there for how to use the trimming tool to create those 3 different log cabin style blocks for $18.99. Now the scrap crazy 8-inch template set that we looked at earlier on, I just want you to know that we do just have a handful of these left. There are literally a handful, 5 left. There we go. This is great because you can use these templates all together to create blocks, but you can also use, like for example, the C template on its own, flip it and reverse it, and you can create a whole quilt just out of those units alone. Brilliant way of using, actually, if you like 10-inch layer cakes or 10-inch charms, this would fit really well on top. All of the pieces together, cut them out, switch the patches around, sew them back together again, create your blocks and then sew them together and do a kind of crazy version of the quilt. Really lovely, but literally 5 left. Now then, a lovely dear friend of mine, Bonnie Hunter. You may know her. She is an amazing scrap quilter from America. She writes for, I think it's Quilt Maker magazine. She has a regular column in there called Addicted to Scraps. She also has the most amazing website. She's written many, many books all about scrap quilting, and she's the queen of scrap quilting for me. These are 2 gorgeous little zip-topped bags from recycled fabric, featuring 2 of her designs. They're really gorgeous. They're kind of taped together at the moment, but you've got a really nice big kind of chunky red zip in the top of each. They're really sturdy. They're made of that kind of plasticky canvas type fabric that you often get really strong tote bags made out of. This would be perfect actually for storing things like your rotary cutter and your friction pens, glue pens, that sort of thing in. Maybe even a pair of scissors, perhaps in the larger one. So you could keep tools in there. Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, right, this is interesting. So this was supposed to be a special for Sunday. So there was a saving of £2.50. It's been left on by mistake. We've just discovered. You're getting a £2.50 saving. Just have it. Just have it. Our mistake. But you could also, I would challenge you to make the quilt as well. Be inspired by the actual fabric. But those are lovely. You could use them for pens and pencils, of course, but they're ideal for storing little sewing tools in as well. I've got scissors, machine needles in there, all sorts of stuff. And they're £7.49. You're saving £2.50. And as I say, these are inspired by quilts made by Bonnie Hunter. Really lovely. Really lovely. Those are cute. Those would make a nice Christmas present. They're a kind of secret Santa price, aren't they? Awesome. Let's have a look at something else. Yeah. The little rectangle. Oh, yeah. Now then, for me, ruler-wise, at home or in my studio, I have my 6x24 ruler, okay? And that's the one I use almost all the time. However, there are lots of times, especially when I'm just working on smaller blocks, or I'm doing scrap quilting in particular, where I'm using lots of smaller pieces of fabric, and actually to keep on turning and manipulating a full 24-inch ruler becomes cumbersome and tiring and unnecessary. But I still want that basic shape 6x24, or ideally 6.5x24. I like the rulers with the extra ½ inch. Now Creative Grids have come up with that kind of in-between ruler that's 6.5 inches wide, 12.5 inches long. So this is absolutely perfect for those smaller cutting jobs, scrap quilting, squaring up blocks, because this is 12.5 inches long rather than 12 inches. So if, for example, an awful lot of blocks that we make are up to 12.5 inches long, you could use this to measure to square up, or also to cut out background blocks. Absolutely ideal. This has also got angle lines on it. So you remember Suzie was talking about using a ruler that had got angle lines on it for cutting out the tube quilting. Again, ideal. Absolutely ideal. Now the price on this is $14.99. This is a really useful ruler. This is also a good ruler for taking along to classes, because again, you know, you're not having to take that full size 24-inch ruler, which really is very, very useful, but can get a bit cumbersome if you're having to transport it. So a 12.5-inch long ruler, really useful. Now, another classic quilt. We talked about log cabin, but another really classic quilt is the wedding ring or double wedding ring quilt. I wonder, Hannah, do you think you could find a couple of pictures of double wedding ring quilts? Look for ones that have solid rings of colour rather than little pieces sewn together, because that's what we're getting here. Now the double wedding ring quilt is the most traditional wedding quilt gift, or it's often used as an anniversary quilt, very often done for golden wedding anniversaries, that kind of golden rings, interlocking rings. And the quilt pattern itself features rings that interlock with each other and intersect each other, sort of showing that union of two people in a couple. It is something which is much coveted, but can be a real challenge to make, mostly because of the cutting, because you're not cutting straight strips of fabric here. Everything has got a curved edge, okay, and a strange angle. You've got these melon shapes, you've got these arc shapes, and then you've got this center shape right here. Now, because you've got the template, this makes it incredibly easy, because you can rotary cut with these. Now, I would recommend, if you're cutting curves using templates, I would recommend that you get yourself a 28mm rotary cutter. Even though these are big templates, to go around curves, you need a smaller blade. So a 28mm rotary cutter, much better. I mean, your 45mm by all means for your general cutting of strips, squares, rectangles, borders, but for cutting around curved templates, I would recommend 28mm. We do have this on the show. Now let's give you some examples of double wedding ring quilts from Pinterest. These aren't necessarily using this template, but it shows you what the quilt pattern looks like. How fabulous is that? Absolutely beautiful. And you can see the effect of those kind of interlocking rings. I think particularly well in the picture on the right hand side, you can see how those rings sort of interlock. You can see that center shape. Yeah, that's almost like a sort of curved diamond. You can see the arc units. You can also see the melon shapes in the center of those. So I think the thing with a double wedding ring quilt that's most challenging about it is cutting out, usually with templates. Because these you can rotary cut, you can layer up your fabric, you can easily cut, very, very accurate as well. The piecing itself, okay, is not beginner level piecing because you've got those curves, you've got those more complex shapes. However, if everything is cut out accurately, it will be. When you come to piece it together, take your time, you'll have no bother. It's very achievable. It is lovely, isn't it? And you've got full instructions on the back as well for how to cut, how to piece. Really, yeah, it's terrific. It's terrific. Really like it. Now this shows using a 4-patch, like a pieced background. That's one option. You can do it as a 4-patch, you can do it as a quarter square triangle sewn together and then cut out. But you can also cut that out from a single piece of fabric as well, of course, and that also looks terrific. 3 of these blocks sewn together makes the most divine table runner. If you don't fancy making the whole quilt, you could also do like 5 blocks in a run and do that as a bed runner. So loads of different options. The key, I think, is having the templates because they're going to make the cutting out easy, quick and accurate, and then you can enjoy the sewing part. So that's the wedding ring templates. Now, we've talked a lot about templates, we've talked a lot about rulers. Looking after them is super important. We saw Susie's ruler bag earlier on, but another way that I like to store my rulers is using a wooden rack. Now this one right here has a few different sort of components to it. So first of all, you've got these grooves here. These are for storing your rulers. Now for the vast majority of your rulers, they're going to store best kind of on their sides. Like this. I'll pop my log cabin trim tool 2 in there as well. You've got space for 6 large rulers, okay. You could also put something like this, will also store in there as well. This is like a curved trimming tool. Also things like your Dresden, you could also store in those as well. Of course, keep your circle handy as well. There we go. Okay, so you can keep all of those templates in there. And then also, I'm just going to tip those back actually. So they're all stored at the back like that. Then we've got all this wonderful space at the front. I was hoping there was some cotton reels, but there aren't. But we've got some big spool pins here, so we can keep some large spools of thread on there. These might be for your piecing colours that you're always using. Maybe your neutrals. Your Aurifil Essentials could go on there. And then you've also got this really useful little well in the front here as well. And you can use that for maybe some smaller notions. So it might be things like, you know, keep a few clips in there, maybe keep something like a little marking tool. Dare I say it, maybe keep your seam ripper in there as well, or maybe a little pack of machine needles. So essential storage for on your desktop. keep your rulers safe and handy, and your templates as well, of course. I've put my Dresden templates in there too, just to keep them nice and handy. And it means as well that they're always on hand when you're ready to do some quilting. So that's from Millwood. It's solid wood, it's really sturdy, $13.99. Okay, well that was a nice little roundup of some rulers and templates. Well done if you got any of those, including that fantastic Lazy and Loving It book. One of my favourites. I think that might be my top tip for the last hour. Now we're going to go to a break, and when we come back we'll have Suzie Duncan here, and we are going to be featuring this incredible Granada garden quilt. Many of you have already snapped this up, so be quick on that one, from William Morris. I'll see you after the break.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi, I'm Claire from Native Lighting. I set up Native Lighting 18 months ago when I realised there was a real lack of craft lights in the market that were high quality, affordable and modern. Not only do Native Lighting lamps give you the perfect lighting for your craft, but they also look amazing in your home as well. I started to train as a florist when I was much younger, and it made me realise how you need the light on all the different colours when you're trying to match the colours with the flowers. And that's what's really important with your crafting as well. I've been in the lighting industry for 10 years and worked in many different sectors, but my heart always lies with crafting. I think that also comes from my time of training as a florist, when I just used to love working with all the flowers and the colours and how different they could look in different colours of light. My top advice would be, when you're thinking about buying a light, you need to think about where you're actually going to be doing your work. We've got lots of different types of lamps. We've got floor lamps, we've got magnifiers, we've got portable lamps, and we've got desk lamps. If you're sitting in a sofa or a chair, I'd suggest that you use one of our floor lamps. If you're working with intricate details, then have a look at one of our magnifiers. We've got 3 different types here. We've got our 7-inch one, we've got our 4.5-inch one, and then we've got a desk version here as well. All of those magnifiers have all 3 different colour settings, including the really important daylight for your colour matching, and they've all got brightness settings on them as well. If you work with a sewing machine, our Lumina lamps are absolutely amazing because you can bend and wrap them around the sewing machine, which is brilliant for when you're working on a sewing machine, and you can get that light exactly where you need it. If you do Facebook Lives, or you like to do video tutorials for people, or you're doing teaching online, then our ring light is amazing for that, because you can obviously use that, put your mobile phone in there, and also that we've got a remote control which will operate that for you. You may have a cutting table or a wide area that you need to light up. Then I'd suggest you go with our task lamp here, which gives you a really wide spread of light. If you're on the move, when you're working, then we've got a selection here of portable lamps. We've got our reverse lamp, our zigzag lamp, and our LED desk lamp. These are rechargeable, so it means that you can charge them up and then you can take them with you, and you've still got light when you're on the move.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi there, welcome back. This is Sewing Street, I'm Stuart Hillard. You are very welcome. It's a wonderful hour because we've got a brand new quilt. Well done if you've already got yours. A lot of these quilt kits have gone in pre-order. I'm not surprised. This is incredible value and an incredible quilt. Now, this is using a range of William Morris fabrics. They're pure cotton, quilt weight cotton. I know this quilt looks incredibly complex. It is certainly a quilt that you're going to take your time over and enjoy making, but when you see the process of how to make this, you will see how achievable it is. And also I think the big picture is that sometimes we want to make a quilt that we can really enjoy every part of, that we can really learn something new, learn how to use maybe a new tool, a new technique, and create something beautiful. This is not foundation paper pieced, okay? You do not have to be able to do foundation paper piecing to make this quilt, okay? This is regular piecing. This is strip piecing, in fact. Suzie is here to demystify that process. But what I want to do first of all is have a look the bundle we've got available, and I want to emphasize the incredible value in this kit. Some of you have already noticed this. Okay, here we go. First of all, let's just look at the quilt kit itself. Now, this is the Granada Garden Quilt Kit from Free Spirit. You're getting 16 fabrics from William Morris in this, okay? You're getting an absolute ton of quilt. There is of fabric. There is so much fabric in here. Look at this veritable brick of fabric. You're getting your full pattern here, okay? I'm just going to undo this. Yeah, I'm just going to undo this and show you all the beautiful fabric inside. This is such a beautiful gift for yourself or for somebody you love. Maybe you've just retired and you've done a bit of quilting before and you're thinking, 2022, I am going to make a spectacular heirloom. Just look at the fabric that you're getting in here. It is stunning, stunning, stunning. Look at that. Look at this. I mean, actually, if you just wanted a stash of beautiful William Morris fabric, because this is $189.99, I mean, really, that is just the price of the quilt kit. That is the price of the quilt kit, the fabric and accompanying pattern. Because the next part you're getting for free. I'm going to pop this in here. Now, usually, if there's a little free something in a kit, it might be a ½ metre of solid. Okay, it might be some bag feet and some D-rings. Okay, it's a little freebie, maybe a reel of thread that coordinates. What you wouldn't expect to be a freebie in a quilt kit is $59.99's worth of rulers and book. And that's what you're getting for free. So if we take that off the price of the quilt kit, that means that all of that William Morris fabric is now costing you $139.99, and then you're getting your book and your ruler. You need the ruler to make the quilt. That's why we've added it in for free, because I think, you know, $189.99 to make a spectacular heirloom quilt is probably enough, yeah, to spend for that. It's an amazing quilt, but it's, you know, it's an investment, but it's also lots of wonderful, wonderful sewing time, lots of pleasure. But what you're getting as well is this amazing ruler, which allows you to strip piece Mariner's compass blocks. 3 different versions: a compass sunflower, a round sunflower, and a raw edge applique sunflower. It's absolutely amazing, and the Mariner's compass itself. Amazing ruler. Now, half the stock is already spoken for, so we're already down to 50% once everyone's checked out. This is an amazing deal because you're getting just about £60 worth of ruler and book. Now, of course, once you've made your William Morris heirloom quilt, you will still have the ruler, you will still have the book that has loads of quilt patterns in it, full instructions for how to use your ruler as well to create these pieces. And, you know, I'm not going to say that this is your first quilt, okay? This isn't your first project, but I would say that lots of us that have done a bit of quilting, we've done half square triangles, we've done regular strip piecing and cut it up and made 9 patches, and we're looking for something that just takes the skills we already have to somewhere that we and everyone else will say, wow, wow, that is amazing. Where did you even start? You don't need to tell them that it's strip pieced. You don't need to tell them that you used an easy method. Wait till you see the block that Suzie made in the last hour. in the last hour. Just keep that in mind. Loads of different quilt patterns within this book as well. Spectacular, absolutely spectacular results. And this is included free, $189.99 for your full quilt kit. Now that is all the fabric to create the quilt top and the binding. It is absolutely spectacular. The quilt itself is 221 centimetres by 172 centimetres, so it's a really good size quilt. You're getting all those fabrics to make the top and the binding, but then we've added in for free $59.99's worth of value in the Mariner's Compass, strip piecing ruler and book. Just amazing. Now then, if you've already got the Mariner's Compass ruler and book, we've had that on before on its own. If you snapped that up, you might want to just buy the quilt kit on its own. It's $189.99. That's the price of the kit. The ruler that we've added in, we've done that for free. But we didn't want you to just kind of be, well, I'm a bit empty-handed, aren't I? So what we've done is we've done the William Morris quilt kit for $179.99. So that's without the ruler and the book. We've taken £10 off. Now, I know I've told you that this ruler and book is actually $59.99, and we've sold that many times before at $59.99. But we've included it in our first bundle for free. But we wanted to add a little extra incentive for you if you were just buying the quilt kit on its own. So you can get that for $179.99 without the ruler and the book. Amazing. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful quilt. Let's have a little look at the quilt itself. It is a stunner. It is absolutely stunning. There's our stunning Suzie Duncan too.
I don't know about that.
It's beautiful.
And it's huge.
It is a really, really big quilt, isn't it?
You can't see behind here, but it's like on the floor.
It
is massive.
What you've got there is you've got those 9 large Mariner's Compass blocks.
Yep.
Or Mariner's Sunflower blocks,
Yes.
in fact, which are absolutely beautiful. There's a circle appliqued in the centre of each block, okay, which has been fussy cut and then layered over the top of a square background, which so that actually that centre is less complex than it looks.
Yes.
The overall shape of that block, it's pieced as a Mariner's Compass block, and then the edges are turned over and it's appliqued to a solid background. And then there are these smaller Mariner's Compass blocks, 4 of them, that are fitted around. So actually, rather than lots of piecing to put that whole quilt together, those blocks are actually appliqued on top of a background fabric, and then 2 simple borders to finish the whole quilt off. Now, all of the fabrics are included in this incredible, incredible box of delights. I mean, my goodness me, if I got this for Christmas, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'd
Sadly,
be really
it's
happy.
beyond our budget though.
Yeah.
For this year.
I'd be really happy actually getting the fabrics for my stash for $179.99.
There's nearly 12 yards of there's just over 12 yards of fabric in there.
It's amazing.
It's
a lot of fabric. It's a lot of fabric. And of course, William Morris fabric is 15, 16, 17 pounds per metre. Okay. And you're getting all of that beautiful fabric. Now, this is the version which does not have the ruler and book added to it. So we've taken that £10 off for the bundle without ruler. Now, the second option, this is the option I would definitely go for because I don't already have this ruler and book, is this version, $189.99, which is the normal price of the kit. And we've included that Mariner's Compass book and strip piecing ruler for free. Now, well over half of this stock has now gone. It's been checked out. So if you would like your William Morris Granada Garden quilt kit, get it in your basket and check out. This is definitely a project which is going to take you some time to make. That is a positive. That is a great thing.
Yeah, it is.
Because you know, so often, Susie, I'll be honest with you, I've made like quick quilts in the past, and at the end of it, I haven't really felt a sense of massive achievement.
No.
Sometimes I want a quick quilt, and then other times I make a quick quilt and I think, I've used that fabric up now, and actually it was kind of just a race to the finish for something that I'm a bit ambivalent about what I've made. Whereas this quilt is something that will take you time, you will learn lots of new skills, you will take your piecing to another level.
Yeah.
And you are going to end up with a quilt which I am certain everyone will be impressed by.
Absolutely. And for me as well, this is a very festive feel to it as well, with those traditional bauble shapes.
They are really, aren't they?
Yeah, and but if you look closely at the fabrics, they're quite wintry.
Yeah, they have that richness, that opulence, don't they?
So
also, for me, this has a little bit of a kind of Middle Eastern, Turkish,
Moroccan type feel.
Or Moroccan tiled, Arabic sort of look to it.
Very rich colours.
It is rich and opulent.
Beautiful. So you could have this out at any time of year.
And of course, William Morris was inspired by medieval imagery, medieval kind of tapestries and that sort of thing, and there is a real influence in this quilt in there as well, with the kind of the stags and the foliage and the sort of rich opulent fruits and flowers that you find within there. If you have, you know, a nod or two towards arts and crafts in your home, this quilt is going to look absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Personally, I would hang it on a wall. I would want that as a wall quilt.
I mean, it's just a work of art. It is a stunning piece of artwork.
But it's strip-pieced, Susie.
It is strip-pieced, I know. It is strip-pieced. It is just ridiculous, isn't it? When you look at it, you think, oh my gosh, I'm never going to be able to achieve that.
And Susie, will you just show that block? Now, seriously, and I promise you, okay, Susie cut out the strips just before we went on air, which was about 10 minutes job, wasn't it, cutting out the strips?
Yeah.
And then Susie pieced this in an hour. And this is one of the blocks. I know it's not a bauble shape, but Susie's going to explain that.
So this is where you start from, basically?
Yeah.
Well, you start with strips.
This really just, well, I know it did, because I know you didn't arrive with it, and I saw you cutting out the strips. This took an hour to piece.
Yes, yeah. And there's so much help along the way as well. So you're not just left with your instruction booklet, which is superb. I mean, this book is amazing. You can tell by the state of mine how much I've loved it as well. But there's lots of video tutorials on the website for the book that with hints and tips. There's also tips throughout the book. So you've got hand holding all the way through. And it does suggest that before you start on your William Morris, have a go with just any old fabric. Just choose 4 colours of fabric that are different, so you know which is which, and just do a practice run.
This is like doing a weekend course, isn't it, to start with? You know those workshops? Do you remember the good old days when we used to go to a workshop at the weekend and learn a new skill? Well, this is the home version. So I would suggest you spend a weekend as if you're doing a workshop. Get your fabrics, you know, your solids or whatever, and your workbook, and work through it step by step. Would you agree, Susie?
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly how I started when I first did one of these. I just grabbed some fabric, and I followed the instructions and made just a basic block, so I knew what I was doing. And the reason I did it is because I love fabric, absolutely adore this William Morris fabric, and I didn't want to get it wrong. I didn't want to end up with cutting it the wrong shape. I didn't want that fear aspect there. I also watched the tutorial video so that again I got a mental idea of where I was going, because once you get your head round how you construct it, it actually isn't onerous at all.
No.
You just have to take your time and be methodical.
Well, Susie, even flicking through the book, which I did at the start, as soon as you start to look at the pictures, you realise how the shapes come out of just strips, because of those lines on the ruler, and you line that up there and then you trim that off, and it's like, oh, okay, now I see that lovely arrowhead that's come out of a strip of fabric. I love the fact that you can just sew strips of fabric together and a bit of clever cutting, and boom, you've got a mariner's compass.
It is incredible. There's also a recipe for coconut cream pie in here as well.
So there.
I know.
Is that your reward for making your first block?
Yeah, definitely.
Slice of pie.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm in.
I tell you what, though, if you ate all of that, you'd have to make a few more blocks to wear it on.
Yeah. Go for
But it's, I just love the
walk.
fact that it's got that sort of thing in.
Single figures now of the set that has the free ruler and book. Now, maybe you already have that ruler and book. You've bought that in a previous show when we've sold it for $59.99. Maybe you're just looking at this and thinking, I want that fabric. I want those. Did we say 12? 12 yards of fabric.
It's just over 12 yards.
Just over 12
I've just done
yards
a quick, I mean, that's a guesstimate, just doing rough maths.
I want that fabric. I opened the box. I'm going to open it again because the fabric inside is absolutely beautiful.
It is divine.
And actually $179.99 just for the fabric, because you want to make another William Morris quilt and you want these fabrics is
You will have leftovers once you cut all your pieces. If you cut it according to the instructions, and the instructions for cutting are really clear and precise, because there is a precise way to cut for your borders and your fussy cutting centres. So if you follow the instructions, you will have pieces left.
This fabric here, this is for the fussy cutting of the centres, isn't it? The circles. This is amazing. Yeah.
So I
just
spread
have a
it
look
out.
at this fabric opened out with Susie. It is absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning fabric. Remember, this is $179.99 for the box of fabric. It is absolutely stunning. You've got so much, look at that. You've got so much fabric. There's your border fabric. Here, this one is beautiful.
Yeah.
This is the background that you're going to applique those kind of bauble shaped mariner's compasses to. Honeysuckle, leaves, vines, berries. There is just so much fabric in this bundle for $179.99. Now, you do need that mariner's compass, strip piecing ruler and book in order to make the quilt that we're showing you, the Granada garden, but you may already have that ruler and you don't want a second book and ruler. So we've done the bundle without that free ruler. It should still be $189.99 because that is the price of the kit. But we felt a bit mean, so we've taken £10 off. So you're still making a saving there of £10 by buying the quilt kit without that free ruler and pattern book. Okay, you are still getting the instructions for how to put together the quilt though included. So, Susie, I feel like I need a little demystifying, please.
Okay,
Can you take us right back to the start? We talked about cutting strips and strip piecing.
Yes. So, the book, the instructions, as I said, give you detailed descriptions on what you're cutting. Now, you're going to cut 4 of your 2 lots of 4 of the 16-point 14-inch compass sunflower. So you've got a blue, if you like, set and a green set. You're going to do 4 of each. The one in the middle is a 16-point but with different fabrics.
Yeah.
So you only do one of those.
Yeah.
And then you've got these 8-inch mini ones. I would suggest you start with the big ones.
Yeah.
So you're not trying to manipulate little pieces of fabric, and that you're used to the technique, because the technique will be exactly the same, just on a smaller scale. The next thing I would do is go through your fabrics, label them if you want, but make sure you've got the right fabrics for the right block, because they've got very similar names, because they're all either blackthorn, rosehip, jasmine. Make sure you've got the right colours to go in the right combos if you're going to follow the instructions. If you're going to do your own thing, then obviously it doesn't matter. But that way you're not going to get confused. Then start your cutting. Now, you cut from the instructions in the kit, not from the instructions in the book. Because in order to make this ogee triangle, which is what this shape is called. Never heard that name before?
Every day's a school day.
Exactly. You have to cut the background fabric slightly differently than you would normally.
Understood, because you make a bigger mariner's compass.
You have excess.
And then you're actually going to trim it down slightly and add a little bit at the top to create that bauble shape. So rather than having to piece a totally different shaped mariner's compass, it's very clever. It's done as a circle, but very slightly bigger than normal, and then trimmed down to shape.
It is.
Yeah.
It's very good. So you get your 4 colourways, and you've got a background, a piece, 0.1, 0.2 and 0.3. So make sure you know which is which. They're all different sizes, so you should be able to work on that one. And the first thing you're going to do is to join 0.1 strip to your background. Now, there's a clever way of doing this, which I was very impressed with. So you will need a ruler that has got a 60-degree line on it.
Right.
So if you've got any ruler with a 60-degree line, you can do this. So you're going to place the 60-degree line along the right-hand, right side up edge of your background fabric, and move the ruler so that it is just, the opposite side is just below the selvage. Okay. And then you take your 0.1 piece, and I've just jolted as I moved that. You can put a pin in if you want, and that marks it. So then what I want to do is to place my strip 1 piece beyond, with the selvage above that line, along there, and start joining it at that point there.
So staggering it a little bit.
Yeah, but by a 60-degree pit. And the reason for that is because that will minimise your waste.
Oh, lovely.
Which
means you've got little bits left
that,
over for
don't
something
we?
else.
We do.
So I'll let you get on and
I'm going to sew that
Quarter
quickly.
of an inch seam allowance?
Now, that is the one thing that you must practice.
Yeah.
You have to be super accurate with your 1/4 inch, because we're doing angles, and we all know from our geometry days at maths how important angles were to be accurate. So the 1/4 inch is critical.
Okay.
So if you haven't got a 1/4 inch foot or a 1/4 inch setting on your machine, have a practice. And I would suggest a bit of washi tape or painter's tape on your machine to demark the edge is a must for this project.
Fair enough. So really nice accurate 1/4 inch seam throughout. I would say that's important for every quilt. When you're going for something that's more complex angles, I suppose it's even sort of thrown into even greater relief. Now the details are on screen for this amazing Granada Garden quilt kit, complete with free $59.99's worth of ruler and book for your strip-pieced mariner's compass. There are 3 left, not checked out. So this is the last time we're going to show you this bundle with the ruler. It's been super, super popular, and I would make these so many more times. That ruler and book are going to come into its own. Why not take this opportunity to get £60 worth of ruler and book for free and an amazing quilt kit for the combined price of £189.99. Now then, the new graphics that we're putting in for you are for the quilt kit on its own. So what you've got here is all of that fabric, amazing fabric. There are 16 different fabrics in this quilt. So it's a real sort of tour of William Morris fabrics. Amazingly put together, so rich, so opulent, really beautiful. The quilt itself is 221 centimetres by 172 centimetres. Of course, it would be beautiful on a bed. It would also be incredible hung behind a bed or on a plain wall behind a sofa. It is such a beautiful piece of quilt art, really. Not a beginner level quilt. Certainly something that's going to take some time, but along the way you're going to learn new skills. You're going to build on what you already have. We know how to sew a 1/4 inch seam, we know how to strip piece, we know how to sort of angle our ruler, but now we're going to follow these really detailed and really clear instructions to create a mariner's compass that is strip pieced. This bundle though is for the fabric alone, so you do need the ruler and the book in order to make these blocks. So we're assuming if you're going for this, you've got that ruler, or you just want the fabrics because they are incredible, they are beautiful, and £179.99 for all that fabric is an amazing buy. This is now the only option that's available. Okay, so the original bundle with the ruler included has now sold out. Well done if you managed to get hold of that bundle. Amazing, amazing deal. But the fabric that's in this kit is stunning, absolutely stunning. It's all William Morris, produced by Free Spirit on 100% quilt weight cotton. The colours, the design, the detail in every fabric is incredible. It's so detailed, rich and opulent. This is an heirloom that you, your family could treasure for generations. This is why it's so important when you're making a quilt, I think, to you know, we put our heart and soul into it. We take our time, we show our skills, because this isn't just about the making and it isn't just about the here and now. It's about years and generations of having these wonderful heirlooms to enjoy. Now, Susie,
yes,
we've got our strips sewn together.
We have.
We offset the top by 60 degrees.
And then you're going to press away towards your background. So have your panel one on the base and press up so your seam is going towards the background. Then you need your 60-inch ruler. Now, just remember you are making a sunflower compass.
Yep.
Because the book actually has got a mariner's compass and a sunflower compass.
Yep.
Follow the page that's according
Yep.
to the sunflower one. Most of the assembly is pretty much the same. There's just a slight difference.
Yeah, and what's important, I think, to notice, do you see that the sunflower compass that we were just looking at there is on page 2? Yeah?
Yes.
Now, Susie, if you just go back to the regular, there's a page 2 of that as well. If you just go back
there is a page 2.
There's a page 2 of that. Each type of block, the pages are numbered for each block. So when it says go to page 2, it's page 2 of the sunflower compass. Note to self.
But also, if you look in the edge of the page, you've got colour tabs. So the green is your mariner's compass, your orange is your sunflower, your burgundy is how to finish, and your magenta
I like that idea.
is lots of ideas of what to do with it.
I'm so putting that in a book in the future. That's
It's
a brilliant
such
idea.
a clever idea.
That is good.
But it isn't something that is cross-purposed into the kit instructions. It was something that I had to work out.
So we've got our strips.
So you've got your strips. So then you want your 60-inch marked ruler again.
60 degree.
Sorry, not 60 inch, 60 degree.
That's a long old ruler.
It is a long ruler, isn't it? So you're
now
going
that ruler we do have available, don't we?
Yes.
We have that ruler available if you wanted that with the 60 degree lines on it. Details are on screen. It's the Robin Ruth angle ruler. It's $24.99. Any ruler that's got a 60 degree line.
Yes, will work the same.
Yeah, your average 6x24 quilter's ruler has a 60 degree line on it.
And
so you don't have to buy that especially if you don't want to, but it is a useful ruler.
It is a useful because it's got more than your 60. It's got a multitude of different angles. But the instructions in the book will allow for people who haven't got this ruler as well. So you don't have to buy it if you don't want to. But you do need the next ruler we're going to use. So I'm lying my 60 degree mark along that joined seam so that I'm just inside my selvage, just to make my first cut. So that is waste. When I say waste, that's going in my EPP stash.
Say, give it me. I won't waste it.
No. Then what you have to do is flip your piece. So your background is now at the bottom, and that is important. If you don't, you'll be at the wrong angle. Now our background strips were measured at 4.5 inches, so we're going to cut a 4.5 inch wide 60 degree rhombus.
Yeah, so all we're doing is measuring 4.5 inches, just as we would any normal strip of fabric. Don't worry about the angle at the end.
Yeah, so what you're going to use is the 4.5 inch mark on your ruler.
Or any straight
ruler. But line it up with that 60 degree angle you've already cut. And then you're going to cut across. And you want 8 of these.
Okay.
So,
because there are 16 points,
Yeah.
but there are 8 of these points in our mariner's compass.
Yeah.
So each of these units will become a set of star points in my mariner's compass.
That's correct.
Brill.
Yeah.
This is already making complete sense.
It
I
is.
hope it is for you at home.
It is.
Dawn says, morning Stuart, Susie and the team. I bought this larger ruler. It's a great size. I'm glad I caught you. It's my 1 year Sewing Street anniversary today.
Oh.
Hey, Dawn. Happy birthday. Christine says, morning, gorgeous Stuart and Susie. Thank you. Oh, my goodness, Susie, that is amazing. And have you changed your hair colour? It's very nice and autumnal. Have you changed your hair colour?
Possibly. I think it changed in the summer.
We're all
for my
loving
son's
Susie's
wedding.
dress today. Everybody here loves Susie's dress.
I like my dress.
It's gorgeous. Such beautiful colour.
I wanted to make sure I didn't blend into the quilt, so I had to wear a different colour.
Well, I did that the other day. I launched my new fabric range and I wore a shirt made out of the same fabric. And when I was holding up certain fabrics, it was just sort of disappearing.
Peered into it.
It's on me.
So I'm nearly there. I think I got 6 out of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I got 7 out of 1 complete strip.
Yep.
But it's okay because here's
okay,
one
'cause
I
you've got
made
another one.
earlier.
Lovely.
So I can cut my 8th.
Yep, you've already got your angle cut. That was useful.
Yeah.
So 4.5 inch strip.
So that is your first one. And now we're going to start using the red Robin Ruth ruler.
Yes. So this
is
the
amazing.
Mariner's Compass ruler.
It is.
Now remember, you can no longer get the bundle with the fabrics and the Mariner's Compass ruler, but if you want to get the bundle of fabric on its own, which should be $189.99, we're doing it at a special price of $179.99. If you've already got that Mariner's Compass ruler, then go for this. You save yourself £10 on the price of the fabric kit. Okay,
just before we use the Robin ruler, we're going to use a ruler that has got a 1/4 inch mark on it.
Yep.
So any ruler with a 1/4 inch mark.
Yep.
And we're going to cut a triangle away. Now, this is what I love about the tips in this book is it says if you haven't got a little bit of the piece 1 within that 1/4 inch, you've done it wrong.
Okay.
So even at this stage, I can redo.
Yep.
So I love that. So you're going to cut you want to line up your 1/4 inch mark. I hope the camera can pick this up.
Yeah, I think we can see
Yeah,
that.
with where the background meets the 0.1 fabric and the diagonal here, and you're going to cut across. Now, it's important you save these triangles.
Of course.
Don't throw them away, because in a minute we're going to need them.
Yep.
So I'm just
So anybody who was just gasping then,
saying, how
like
much
I
waste?
was, I will be perfectly honest with you, I was looking with my mouth open like, why are you cutting off those triangles?
I know.
We're not going to throw them away, are we? We need them.
We do.
Need them.
The first time I did this, I really was, oh my goodness, I need to save everything. And I had it all labelled in piles.
And as well, I think to begin
You
with,
relax.
be forgiven for thinking, what am I doing here? Why am I? This is why it's like going on a workshop. Imagine you went on a weekend workshop, okay, with Suzie Duncan. You're going to spend the weekend making strip piece mariners come. I'd sign up. Okay, this is a workshop in your own home.
Absolutely.
So don't be put off by the idea that these are not skills you currently have. That's the point. That's the point.
Yeah.
Isn't
You're
it?
not
To do
doing
something
anything
different.
you don't know. You're just using it in a different way.
It's so clever.
Yeah, it is incredibly clever. And it's a great way of making you think laterally and look at strip piecing in a... Oh, I've just gone that completely wrong, but never mind. Tell you what, we'll cut another one and it won't matter.
That's okay. Do you need all 8?
You do need
yeah.
all 8, so it won't take me long to cut another one. I can do that while you round up or something. But I can. What I want to show you is how to use the robin ruler. So let's get on with that bit. So we've got our pieces here. Don't cut the tabs off either,
Like the
because
little
they're a
dog
useful.
ears,
Yeah, they're a
yeah.
useful point of reference.
Okay.
So now you come to use your Robin Ruth ruler. Now this has got an A and a B kite shape on it. And you're going to start with B, which I thought was a bit odd. But
this is all explained, isn't it?
it is all explained.
Cool.
You don't have to remember any of this. It is all totally explained. So you do skip through quite quickly and you think, oh, I'm actually getting somewhere. This is great. I can do this. So you want to place it with your background on your left and your 0.1 on your right. And on the ruler, you've got this kite shape with lots of numbers on it. All you have to remember is the size you're cutting. We're cutting a 14-inch compass, ultimately. So I'm going to just concentrate on where the 14s are. So the first thing you do is you go to your 14 line and you place that in line with your seam, and the dotted line should line up with your outside. If it doesn't, double check your numbers because something's not quite right. And then what you're going to do is cut off this bottom edge.
Yeah. Are you seeing what I see at home? Can you see that mariner's compass star point starting to appear?
Exactly.
You can see where it's going to be, can't you?
Yeah. So that is
Waste.
waste. So that can go in that pile. Then what you do is slide down and you bring the 14 on the right hand side, dashed line, to meet that line you've just cut, and you've got a solid line going centrally that should go through the point. Let's bring it to 14, Suze, not 16. And the other solid line on the other side of the kite should line up with your seam. Okay? Once that's all aligned, sharp intake of breath, make sure you don't move, and cut across. And again, that goes in that pile. You're not going to use that again.
Okay.
So that has left me with this now. So from there, you would then bring back your triangle. And we're going to put
one I thought was waste.
Yeah.
But isn't.
It isn't. What you're going to do is bring this back to line up.
Will you just flip that out for a second,
I
just
will.
so everyone can see? No, just go back to. So rather than being right sides together, just open it out so you can just see the orientation of the fabric.
that way round.
Yeah.
So they will go
they're
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you flip them together.
Yeah. So the way I did it was you take off these little bits because you don't need those. I had my tab bit down towards me, and then I placed the kite that I've just cut, because that's what you're cutting, hence the name kite ruler, on top of that. And what you want to do is you're not trying to line up either end. Don't panic if it looks like you've got dog ears. You're supposed to have that. But what you want is that you start joining them with a true 1/4 inch should be the point at which the two cross over.
Okay.
So what I did was
So is that triangle that you're sewing to it, is that the finished size? Is that the right size?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I did was just place my 1/4 inch ruler over the top to see, I just did my 1/4 inch to see where a 1/4 inch comes to.
It's ever so clever, isn't it?
It
the way
is.
It's been worked out that triangle, which we were kind of cutting off and thinking was waste, is actually exactly the right size that it needs to be for this next step.
So if I stitch this together, you can see it come together. So you do this for all of them, obviously, but just for speed, I'll do this one now.
Helen has messaged in to say, brilliant demonstration by Susie. I have yet to pluck up courage to use the rulers. You've already got the rulers. So there's a perfect example of somebody, Helen, you could get the Granada Garden Quilt Kit, save yourself £10, £179.99 for all that fabric, okay? You've already got the ruler. Now, Susie and I both agree, and we have said this, nobody should make their first mariner's compass using fabric from this kit. Don't do that, please, okay? We both would practice.
Oh, I had 3 practices
and
on
you've made
scrap.
This block
I've
before,
I've done mariner's compass before.
But you'd still make one from your stash.
Absolutely, I made a plain one before I even attempted to cut it.
Because you've got to remind yourself. You've got to learn now which marks on the rulers you're following this time around.
Absolutely, yeah. And I did do it step by step. And as I've said, the video tutorials that are available that Robin has done are true to time as well. So I was making it with her.
Real time.
Yeah, which is brilliant.
That's really good. The ruler and the book will allow you to make mariner's compass blocks from 6 inches to 36 inches, 16 different sizes.
So you could have a massive one in the middle of a quilt.
That's amazing,
Can you imagine the amount of fabric you'd need though?
I'm feeling a little bit sore that all of these lovely rulers and books now have gone.
And you haven't got one?
Yeah, because I've never seen this before.
Do you know
and
a friend
I would
that's got one?
definitely like that.
Do you know a friend you can lend it from?
Oh, I don't know, do I?
I don't know.
Oh, I say, maybe I do.
So this is what we've ended up with, our first point, which is really satisfying. Well, I was like, hey, I've done it. It looks like it should do. Now, this is what they call the Fat Robin pie, hence the pie recipe. I just think it makes it so much fun when, you know, all that maths and everything is gone because it's all done for you. But now I'm starting to, you know, I've enjoyed the process because it's got some fun elements. I've learned a lot. I've learned how to drop down and place. So I'm starting at 1/4 inch. Now, obviously, you're going to do 8 of these.
So that would be step 1, wouldn't it? Do those, cut those strips, make that unit, label them. These are little pile B?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are our Bs.
Yeah.
Done. Done.
So when you come to do the next stage, obviously I've only done 1, but what I wanted to show you is how you're going to get this to have the second point. So what you do with this is you place, now you can cut off those dog ears if you want to, especially if you've got a 1/4 inch guide on your machine because it won't go underneath. So cut the dog ears off. But what you do is you place your piece you've just done on your strip point 2 so that it's just below the selvage.
Gotcha.
And then you mark where it comes to on this side. So a bit like when we did the ruler. And then you flip it round.
Yeah.
So that it lines up this way. And then you'd start stowing them. Now when you stitch them...
Are you kidding me? So are we now going to put all of our 8 units, we're going to sew them in a long line on that strip? Have you ever seen Mariner's Compass made like this? It's genius.
It is so much easier. I mean,
I love it.
I know. I've always avoided doing it before because...
I would never have dreamt that you could do it like that.
It's just mad, isn't it? Now,
so cool.
Make sure that you are reading the sunflower, because the difference between a sunflower compass and a normal mariner's compass, if there is such a thing, is that normally with a compass you would only do 4 onto strip 2.
Yes.
With the sunflower you do all 8. So that's why you have to cut so many strips of your strip 2. So your next one will then fit in, once you've cut it obviously, down here. Now you don't need to leave a massive gap. 1/4 inch is plenty, so there's very little waste. Absolutely, because you're going to do a 60-degree cut, so it's fine. And you'd then stitch them all onto your strips.
They'll all look like the one at the top, won't they?
They will, yes. So and then you'll cut those using piece A, ruler A.
Got you.
Kite A. And you're cutting those in exactly the same way. So you line up your 14 with the seam you've just made, with the outside edge on the dash line, and cut the bottom off. And then you'll slide the ruler down and use the 14 dash line to line up where you've just cut. Your solid central line goes in the point, and your left solid line goes on the seam that you've just joined.
Understood.
So you're just working away from where you've just finished, basically. And then you'll end up with the next bit of pie. It's almost, you're starting to do big chunks of cake,
big chunks of pie
now.
Well, I'm so up for that.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if you want me to do this bit.
Well, I was going to say, could you sew
shall we
that
do that
unit
bit
to
on?
that strip, just one, and then trim that? That would be useful to see, wouldn't it?
And then we can
But
see.
remember as well at home that if, you know, because I want to see that whole block from start to finish. We'll just write off the rest of the morning.
Oh,
Susie,
okay.
Can you just stay and keep sewing?
Yeah, fine. My Christmas decorations don't need to go up at all.
But remember that you can watch the making of the entire block with Robin, can't you? There's a full tutorial.
Yeah,
and this is why it's really useful, another reason why it's useful to make a block just made out of, say, like 4 different solids, because you learn the process, you learn where then those fabrics end up relating to within the compass, so that when you then look, because Robin isn't there making it out of the William Morris fabric, so if you know the position, okay, so now this fabric here, A fabric, ends up in this position, you'll know exactly, and following the pattern of course, you'll know exactly how to put together your William Morris version of this quilt. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? So you've sewn that seam.
We have, and as before, you're then going to press towards the piece that we had already stitched. Just make sure each stage you press accurately. I forgot to say that I did best press all of my fabrics before I started, so that I got really crisp seams going on as well. Yeah. So then what we're going to do is, on a cutting mat, you're going to flip it over so that you've got your arcs going at the top here. And I've probably started at the wrong end of this, haven't I? Excuse me, my throat's really dry. Yeah, I have started at the wrong end. Let's do this again. Can I quickly do another one? Is that all right? Because what I need, or I'll have to work upside down, which is always doable, isn't it? So let's just reiterate what you're going to do with these ones. So you cut off the bottom, slide it down so your 14 lines up here. you're on your seam line and you're going to cut away this bit.
Well, that was
Save
useful
it.
to see, because obviously you were really explaining a lot last time you did the cutting, which took quite a long time. But
Yeah.
the reality is that cutting and sewing these pieces together is actually really
It
quick
is.
once you know what you're
Exactly.
doing. You're going to repeat this 8 times. Dawn says, Suzie is so calm and collected, explaining everything clearly. She inspires all of us.
Oh, bless you, thank
Well
you.
said, Dawn. Well
So
said.
kind, thank you.
Well, the thing is, you know, anybody who feels intimidated at first by a complex-looking design, you know, we can all take heart. Susie's on live TV, standing there with me gabbling in her ear, and she's still calm and collected and doing everything beautifully.
There you go.
So at home, in our comfort zone, we got
You won't
this.
make these silly
We
mistakes.
got this.
Well, it's not a mistake. I just needed to do it the other way round. So, as I said, you would put that there, put your pin in. And these are all little tips that they give you, rather than you just go blindly leading into it. And that's going to end up the same, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. Anyway, let's just do it. Do you know how you have those days where your head just isn't...
Oh,
that-
Suzie, I was demoing a bag that I designed the other day, and I got a complete brain freeze of which way round to sew a
Yeah.
zip in, and it's something I've done about 1,000 times. I'm
know.
not exaggerating.
It is,
and I
isn't
just
it?
got
Yeah.
a complete brain fog. But
Yeah.
then I did a little post on my Instagram just to say, oh, this is the way you actually put it together. It's how to sew it like a sort of like a security pocket inside a tote bag. It's
Yeah.
on my Instagram. You can have a look.
Ridiculous.
It's dead easy, but at the time I just got brain freeze.
Yeah, which is what I've done now, but never mind. We'll get there.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing, because you've got the reference points that you can look at. So now I've got them like this, which is good. All you need, again, is a straight ruler with the 60 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you've got a ruler with a 60 degree, you place the 60 degree on the seam, this seam here.
Yep.
Okay, now the important thing from now on is that you only cut the strip you've just joined.
Yep.
You do not cut anything
That's
else.
finished, isn't it? That side.
Well, it's not only finished, but if you start cutting it, you're not going to end up with the right shape at the
Sure,
end.
yeah.
So you must only cut the strip.
Mhm.
I sound very dictatorial, don't I, when I say that? I'm
Well,
not.
we
It's
want
just,
a
it is
teacher who
emphasised.
knows what they're doing and is just going to tell us, do this, don't you?
Yeah. If you've got the angle ruler from Robin Ruth, then you can use the 82.5 degree. I know, this is, I mean, it's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really did. I then had this horrendous flashback to geometry lessons.
Mm.
But that you place on the seam you've just made
Okay.
and cut up.
Yeah.
It achieves exactly the same.
Yeah.
So you use whatever tool you have, and
Mhm.
this bit goes in your waste pile. And then you'd carry on and do all the others as well. Then from that, we're going back to our kite ruler.
And again, folks at home, you can see where that kite's going to appear now, can't you?
You can.
It all starts to make sense. As soon as you see the demonstration, you can see how just strips of fabric become this very, very complex looking
Oh, it's
design.
amazing. It's so fun.
But it's actually really simple and straightforward.
It is.
We're giving Suzie a bit of extra time because we're all really enjoying these demos. Just a couple more minutes, Suzie, and then
So
we'll let you
yeah,
go.
that's fine. So you've got kite A now. So you're going to line up. Remember, it's a 14-inch, so we use the 14 solid line and the dashed line on lining up on the outside. So the 14 solid line goes along the seam we've just sewn, and we're going to take off this little triangle at the bottom here. And that goes in your waste pile. Then you're going to slide the ruler down and find your 14 dashed line and line that up along the cut you've just made.
Mhm.
Your central line should go through the point,
Yeah.
and your solid line on the left should lie along that seam. Hold it down and cut straight across. And that's why you can save fabric, because you're not taking it off the strip each
No,
time.
absolutely.
You can cut just what you need, which is superb.
Yeah.
So that then shapes, you can see it coming together.
Yeah.
If I do this one upside down. Yeah.
And
let's do it
is
upside
that
down.
your finished unit, basically? You make 8 of those
Yeah,
and then
so
sew
you
them
make
together?
8 of these. You sew those 2 together in pairs, and then you attach them to number 3. And those, when you attach them, you use hardly any because you can literally space them together.
Oh yeah, because there's like a little triangle, isn't there? Just
It's a tiny amount. And then you put them together in quarters.
Oh,
so you do 2 and 2.
That.
And you'll end up with this. Now, once you've finished piecing it, what you really want to do is to get your iron on the correct cotton setting and press this to within an inch of its life.
Yeah.
And the reason
Kill
you
it
want
dead.
Yeah. Don't put steam on it though. At no point use steam. Always do a dry iron.
Yep.
The reason you don't want steam is because the water in steam makes the fibres expand and flexible, so it doesn't give you a true shape.
Right.
What you want to do is dry iron press it first and then measure it. And it should come out at a 14 inch. If it's slightly under, then give it either a squirt of best press and press it again, or steam press it, because that liquid will just allow the fibres to expand just a fraction, and then you'll get that slightly bigger shape. If it's bigger than 14 inches, don't put any moisture anywhere near it, but still give it a really good press, because what you want is all these seams to lie really true, crisp, at the right angles. And already, I mean, I think that's a stunning block as it is.
It really is beautiful.
And then what you're going to do is create your appliqued centre. And that's super easy as well. If you haven't got the book, you've just got the instructions, there is a template on pages 4 and 5 for both the ogee shape and your centres for your 2 sunflowers, because remember you're making an 8-inch sunflower as well. So you can use these to trace. I personally, if I only had this, I did, took a photocopy so that I'm not cutting my instructions.
Don't cut up your instruction. And you remember earlier on when I was showing you in an earlier hour, when I was showing you how to use the Dresden ruler, and I showed you how to create the centre circle. You could do exactly that for this, couldn't you? 2 pieces of fabric together, sew around, slit, turn it through, or you could use interfacing to do that as well.
Yeah, you could. There's a really clever technique for creating a circle. If you have got the book, fold your freezer paper square into 4, and then I'm just trying to quickly find the pictures. Bear with me. Bear with me, caller. It's in the finishing. There you go. It's in the purple section. So you fold your piece in half, and with the book you get this piece of paper with lots of quarter centres on it. You want to use the one for 14 inch, and
but
you're
that
going to
just shows you how big these templates go up to.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Perfect.
So you're going to cut round that, and that's what you use for your fussy
and you
cutting.
applique the circle. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank
We're going to
you.
have to leave it there,
no,
Suzie.
it's fine.
It's been an amazing more than an hour.
Sorry.
We've loved it. We're really grateful to you for staying on a little longer.
No, it's fine.
You can still get the kit for the fabric on its own. If you already have the ruler, that's fantastic. You only need the fabric. We're giving you a £10 saving there. It's $179.99 for the Granada Garden quilt kit. Maybe you just want that fabric. Maybe you've got your eyes on the fabric for something else. It is rich, sumptuous, opulent, It does have a festive feel to it, but it would look so amazing at any time of year. It is a beautiful, beautiful fabric range and an amazing quilt kit. Amazing price too, $179.99. We do only have a few of these left now. Remember, the kit with the ruler and book has already sold out, so this is the only way that you can get your hands on this fabric. Thanks for joining us for this last extended hour. Thank you very much, Suzie, to you. You've been amazing as always.
Thank
we
you.
Love having you here.
It's been amazing.
And we're super grateful for the extra time that you gave
us
too.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, I'd have stayed all day, but...
Oh, well, we never want to see you go.
I need to put some Christmas decks
you do
up,
need to
because at the moment
Christmas
I've still
decks
got
up.
autumn and Halloween up, so...
Well, we'll see you soon, Suzie. Do you know what it's about?
Yeah, I'm back on the 21st of December.
With me.
I am.
I will look forward to
I
it.
know.
I'll bring mince pies.
Oh.
I'll probably forget.
No, I'll bring cake.
Okay,
then.
brilliant, fantastic. Thank you. You heard that. We'll see you after the break for our final little bit on Sewing Street today, which is clearance.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. This is our last hour, but it's only about 45 minutes. It's clearance, it's the final hour. There isn't an hour. All right, I promise I won't sing anymore. Look, in this hour we've got clearance fabrics and we've got some fantastic prices. We've got some fantastic fabrics, starting with my absolute favourite. This is gorgeous. This always sells out anyway. I don't even know why it's in clearance, but it is. It's normally £4.99 per half metre. It's a gorgeous kind of shirting weight, like a chambray denim, okay? So this would be perfect for blouses, shirts. We're crashing that price. It's £3.99 for half a metre. Cut to order, okay? So if you want 3.5 metres, order 7 units, you're saving £1 for every half metre. Brilliant price. It won't hang about, I can promise you that, because this sells out at full price. It was £4.99, it's now £3.99 per half a metre. Grab it while you can. Now, in the same sort of vein, this is a little bit heavier. This is more of a kind of bag making or sort of heavier weight, like upholstery weight. Cushions, slab cushions, things like that. It's really pretty. This has got a lovely shabby chic look. £7.99 per half metre. I'm going to turn this around. Sorry, that's upside down. There we go. Now this is £4.99. £4.99 for a half metre. Crash that price. So that's £3 per half metre. £6 per metre saving. Absolutely brill. So a metre of this, less than £10. Now this is a standard width fabric, 80% cotton, 20% linen. I do love a linen union, really lovely. Yep, it is, yeah, 43 inches wide, thereabouts, 42 usable width, so standard width, all right. Really lovely, that'd be gorgeous for bag making, really lovely for bag making. That first denim that I showed you, by the way, is sold out. You're going to have to be really quick this hour because we've got some fab bargains. I'm going to go through them quite quickly because I've already got 15 minutes less than I was going to have. But we needed to see all of Suzie's demo, didn't we? Did you see that amazing William Morris quilt? So beautiful. I am totally sold on that ruler. Now, next one, game icons. This is fun. This is like a canvasy weight too. Again, great for bag making. I'm thinking maybe rucksack, sports bag, gym bag. If you've got somebody in the family who's a bit of a gamer, you could iPad stands maybe. You could create maybe a cushion for the gaming chair. This has got all sorts of kind of motifs on it. 100%, that's me. $4.49 per half metre. So original price was $6.99 a metre, so it's crashed to $4.49. It's 100% cotton. It's it's kind of like a light canvas weight, so it would still be really nice, comfy for cushions and things like that. It would make great sort of seating as well. You know, if you use something like high density foam cut to size and then create sort of slab cushions, that would work too, but great for bags. This is the cream background. The price has crashed to $4.49 per half metre. Again, this is going to be cut to order, so that's terrific. Then we've also got the same design, but with a black background. Different code for this one. This has got kind of brighter colours. Oh, I think this might be my favourite out of the two. This is crashing from $6.99 down to $4.49 per half metre. How cool is that? Gamer. Game over. See, now I'm not an expert, but that is not 100%. That is not 100%. But, you know, yeah. That's terrific. I love it. Try again. Bonus. I never get those things. Ah, terrific. Love that. Half the stock's gone. It won't hang about. These are real come-by-me prices, aren't they? Love that. Love that. Now then, what else should we go to? There's so many lovely different fabrics. Hens. Yes. Now this is cool. Cockerels. We called it hens. Well, I didn't call it hens. I've got cockerels, trust me, I know what they look like. Well, now then, we say that, definitely cockerel, crowing, but this is very possibly a hen next to the cockerel, not crowing. But this is really lovely. This is, again, kind of a little bit of a light canvas weight, so it's sturdier than quilt weight cotton. This would be lovely, I think, for making a nice breakfast set. Placemats, napkins, oven gloves, tea cozy, something like that. The price has dropped to $4.49. Bread basket, that would be fun. You're getting half a metre. Teapot cover, definitely, tea cozy. You could also do things like make covers for your food mixer, your blender, liquidizer. This is a good sort of 44 inches wide. Okay, it would also be lovely for something like Roman blind or curtains for in a kitchen, or a cafe curtain. So you know the kind of thing where you have maybe like a half curtain, usually with eyelets in it, or tabs along the top, and then a pole. So it just provides a bit of privacy when you're sitting down at the table, so it's just kind of half height. That would be really fun too. That's a lovely fabric. Pink hens. Hens on pink. Hens on pink. And there's some nice little sort of primary colours in the feathers on the bird as well, which you could pick out with maybe some piping cord or something like that, just to whiz it up a little bit. Now we've also got flamingos. Now you might be used to pink flamingos, but these are on blue. The image on the website makes this look very grey, but actually, as you can see, it's a gorgeous, vibrant sky blue. Same width, it's crashing to $4.49. Same weight, like a sort of light upholstery weight. Bags, certainly. Curtains, blinds, cushions, any of those sorts of things. Table accessories. This would be rather fun, I think, with the flamingo theme, would be rather fun for the garden, wouldn't it? To create maybe some new cushions for the table and chairs outside. Maybe a tablecloth. A weighted tablecloth. So, you know, like normally tablecloths blow away. You can get Curtain weights will do this perfectly well. Create basically in the corners, if it's a square or rectangular tablecloth, create little triangular pockets in the back. The way you do that is simply cut quite a large square, maybe a 6-inch square of fabric, okay, like this, all right, and then fold it wrong sides together, okay, to create a folded triangle. Here's the fold here. Obviously, you've already folded your hem for your tablecloth, and then put that folded corner in. So then what you'll do is you'll put your hem over this little pocket here and here, so this is on the wrong side, okay, and stitch that up, and then this pocket you put the weight inside and then slip stitch that closed. So you've got a weight at the 4 corners. Now when you put your tablecloth on top of your table, even if it's a bit blowy, the tablecloth won't blow away. Okay, so that's your flamingos on blue. You know they're only pink if they eat the right food. Flamingos. Okay, insects. This is fun. I'm thinking this would make a great scarf. This would make a lovely, in fact all of these fabrics I'm going to show you next would be brilliant for scarves. This is called Bug Display. Might not instantly sell it to you, but I think it's a really fun print. Sky blue background, pale sky blue background, and then it's got these gorgeous kind of detailed bugs on it. But you know what I mean? I mean the price is crashed or crashing? It's crashing. It's crashing from $6.99 to $4.69, and I just think that to create kind of like loop scarf, infinity scarf, something like that, I think that's really fun. I like that. You're welcome. Yeah, I could maybe go somewhere like the Natural History Museum wearing that. Yeah, I would do that. It would also make a really cool lining for a bag as well. So maybe like tweed on the outside or something quite, you know, oilcloth, and then have a really fun lining featuring all those bugs. Now, more fabrics that would look great for scarves. These perhaps might be more appealing in terms of like a traditional sort of motifs, yeah? This one here, yeah. These are all from the same range. This is a lovely teal background, and then it features some really pretty flowers actually. It's kind of soft and delicate. That's lovely. That would be a really nice fabric for dressmaking, wouldn't it? And this is available by the ½ metre. It's going to be cut to order. So if you want 2.5 metres, make yourself tea dress 3 metres, make a tea dress out of that. That would be really lovely. It's a great price. It's crashed to $4.69. So this would be great for the stash. I'd probably get about 3 metres, 3 to 3.5 metres, depending on the size you need to make, but would be lovely for dressmaking. It's 100% cotton. Like that dark teal. It's a really good colour, that. Okay, next one that we're going to go to, all of these are crashing to $4.69, by the way. So if you want to jump ahead and pre-order them, by all means do. Bright pink. This is lovely. This is vibrant. This has got moths and flowers. This is lovely. Yeah, that's cool. That's really good. Now this would also mix in, of course, great for dressmaking, great for home decor. It's a quilt weight cotton, but it's really lovely quality, beautifully smooth. But this would also mix in really well with things like Kay Fassett, Anna Maria Horner, Valerie Wells. This would mix well. It's got a nice kind of graphic feel. But again, I think this would be really lovely made into a scarf. Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, I'm thinking ladies' scarf mainly, but I just want to kind of... I don't know if it sells it more or less by me draping it across me. Do you? Okay. I'm going to keep draping. You can drape if you want to. This woman's not for draping. Yeah, we just got an email from Elizabeth. Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth likes my ideas and thoughts and tips. Can I show this one next? Because I think this is absolutely gorgeous. This is DW18. Yeah, this is really beautiful. I love, love, love the colour. Look at that. Oh, £4.69 for that piece of fabric, but you can have a metre and a half, 2 metres. Just multi-buy, it'll come in one piece. That is amazing. Now, if you've got loads of scraps, okay, you may want to make into a scrap quilt, you need something to pull them all together, use this as your starting point, and then go into your stash and grab all of the teals, the turquoises, the purples, lilacs, the bright pinks, the golds, the oranges. Create your blocks or however you're doing it, and then use this alternate blocks between your scrap blocks or a border. Pull the whole thing together. That is stunning. And these are dandelions. Who says they're weeds? That is amazing. That just goes to show, doesn't it, how in the right colours, in the right hands, you know, just a beautiful, beautiful piece of fabric. Very lovely. This is Sarah Gordon Designs. Love it. Right, I don't know how I folded that. Goodness me. I've made a right old mess of that. Has that got dragon fruit in it as well? Goodness me, love it. Right, 2 more. The lovely sky blue one. I've showed that one already. There's one more. I've shown that one. It's this one, isn't it? Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that is really lovely again. And they look great from above, but I think as well, when I hold them up and you see them straight on as well, they look gorgeous. Look at that. That is really lovely. And again, something like single or double Irish chain. So maybe pick out some of the you know, single like plain colours or tone on tones, maybe the slatey blue and the lighter blues or whites and slate blues for the chain, and then this for the alternate blocks would just look beautiful. Or maybe even pick out some of that orange, but don't go too dark on that. Keep it quite soft and light, but use this as the alternate blocks. It's lovely. And I think when you see it held up as well, you really get a feeling for how fresh it is. It's not, although it's a bold print, it's not leery to me. And then this one, again, absolutely beautiful. This would be so lovely for dressmaking. I think that's a gorgeous, gorgeous print. But it's perfect for quilt making, of course. Light upholstery, light drapes. I always like to add some quilt batting to a quilt weight cotton if I'm using it for, say, cushions or a bolster pillow. I'll layer it with some H640 or some spare, just regular 80-20 quilt batting, a little bit of light quilting, perhaps just to hold those layers together, and then make it up into cushions or bolsters. You get a much more kind of luxury feel. It just makes everything look a bit more kind of high-end and slick. Nice message from Jane. Hi Stuart, my grampy used to say any plant is a weed if you didn't plant it and dig it up. Oh gosh, okay, even if they were nice pretty ones. It's a weed, dig it up. From Jane. Merry Crimble, one and all. Thank you, Jane. My mum has a great attitude towards gardening. She always says, you know, if something grows and it's, you know, if it's got 2 chances. If it grows, it stays. If it doesn't, then she pulls it out, you know. But she's got quite a liberal attitude, which is lovely. Now, we're going to go to Now, I've seen this book before. It is fabulous. It's a really good book. This is Sensational Quilts for Scrap Lovers. I would say the very best thing about this book is the methods that Judy uses are mind-blowing, because when you look at the quilts you think, ooh, looks difficult, there's going to be templates, there's going to be all sorts of strange cutting, you know, but actually when you look at the methods that she uses, it's so clever, because you, a bit like the Mariner's Compass, you piece one thing and then you trim it, or you fold a square of fabric, and next thing you know you've got this kite shape. She's really innovative, very, very clever. This is going from full price, which is $23.99. It's gone down to $16.99. Super duper. Now this one again, look, you know, it looks like it's really complicated, half rectangle triangles, and even they're pieced together from bits, but in actual fact you piece a 4-patch and then trim it and rejoin it. It's ever so clever, very, very effective. That's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. For $16.99 you are getting 11 projects and they are easily pieced. This looks complicated. It's all about simple shapes that are then sewn together and recut. Very clever. It's kind of been the theme for today, hasn't it? Fab. I hope you're loving these bargains. There are some fantastic, fantastic bargains to be had in this hour. Now then, we've got a quilt pattern on its own by Lou Orth Designs. This is a lovely one called Vintage Tiles. Now then, this would work very nicely as a modern quilt. Lou's shown it here as a very modern quilt using solids. You know, a selection of solid fabrics in a kind of nice jewel shades, pastel shades, and then with some grey and white. But you could use all sorts of different fabrics. It's got different sizes as well within the pattern. Let me just flip it over. So it's got a baby, a lap and a bed. So a 40-inch square, 60-inch square and an 80-inch square, just increasing the number of blocks. Now this was $8.99, the price is dropping and it's now $5.84. Fab! Maybe you've got some scraps, you know, maybe you've got fat quarters or half meters of fabric. Yeah, this is one for the bank, isn't it? This is a pattern to have in the bank, and you know, you'll know when you've got the right fabrics for this. The biggest block, you know, well, for the main fabric that's solid, you're going to use a fat quarter. So for this you would use 9 fat quarters for these coloured parts, and that's, yeah, whether you're doing the baby, the lap or the bed, it's fat quarters for each, 4, 9 or 16. And then, you know, some background fabric for the baby quilt, 3/4 yards, for the lap 1.5 yards, and for the bed 2 3/4 yards. Echo fabric, that's the grey, 3/4, 1 3/4, 2 3/4, and the inner star, the black little star fabric here, a fat quarter, 1/2 yard, 3/4 yard. Easy. Easy maths, easy quilting. It's a gorgeous pattern. That would be lovely done in Kaif. That would be lovely done in something like French General. Reds. Yeah, you could make the stars any colour you wanted, couldn't you? I think if I was doing French General with the red prints, I would pick a really deep, the deepest, darkest sort of cranberry red I could find to create those little star points maybe, or like maybe a deep gold. That would work really well because a lot of French General prints have gold in them as well. Could really have a good play. Great pattern that, and the price has dropped. Barley mottled. Design roll. Yeah. Oh, this one. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, when you said barley, I was thinking of barley as in the cereal crop. Look for the fabric with barley on it. Oh, this is lovely. Okay, again, sarong, beach wrap, scarf, dressmaking, garden accessories, scrunchies, hair accessories. That would be nice. Crash that price. Crash it. $5.24. That was me holding the steering wheel and braking. Good. $5.24. It was not a dinosaur. No. That was my T-Rex. Does anybody need a hug? Oh, that is why T-Rexes are so angry, isn't it? They can't give anyone a hug. Oh, yeah, personally I wouldn't want to hug a dinosaur. I wouldn't be sure of their intentions. That's lovely. That would be really nice as well, actually, for a kind of non-traditional baby quilt to use as a starting point, because it's got that lovely soft kind of pastel-y, a bit rainbowy look. It would mix really nice with white. So you could just do something really simple with this fabric plus white, maybe rail fence, you know, just rectangles of fabric sewn together and then cut into blocks, and then this way and that joined together, called a rail fence. That would be pretty. Or you could pick out different solids, so kind of deep magenta pink, a soft pink, orange, yellow. If you were lucky enough to get the rainbow bundle of solids earlier on, that would work really well. If you maybe have like a strip roll of rainbow solids, that would mix beautifully with that. So use that more as a focus fabric. Now, passion flower, passion fruit. Now, when I first saw this, I was thinking dragon fruit, but it is passion fruit, isn't it? Lovely. I like that. It's a really nice colour. Beautiful lilac and kind of a sort of magenta-y purple. My friend Sally used to have a car that colour. This, the deep, intense, gorgeous. The price has crashed to $4.99. Now maybe I'm thinking picnic bag or lunch bags would be nice in this. Beach bags. We'll get there again. I know the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so... As soon as I said that, our director Emma went, ooh. You knew what was coming, didn't you? Christmas is a time of year I just can't help singing. I love it. I'm being encouraged now from the gallery. As soon as I said that, there was a chorus of, it's the most wonderful time of the year. This is cute. This is lovely. Really soft, kind of buttery yellow. Again, price has crashed to $4.99, 4.5 metre. This is the Forage Lemon Passion fabric. Sounds like a cocktail I might have while I'm in London. I'd like a Forage Lemon Passion, please, young man. In fact, it's buy one, get one free. I'll have two. A Forage Lemon Passion. If that actually is a cocktail, do say. Actually, a friend of mine sent me a cocktail recipe the other day, which I mean to try. It's called a... French, is it called a French lieutenant? Oh, I can't remember now. No, I know what it was called. Francophile. There's a cocktail called a Francophile. I am looking forward to trying that. Yeah, Francophile. Oh, are you looking up the recipe? It looks delicious. It's kind of martini-like. We'll put Francophile cocktail. It's kind of like a martini, but I think it's a little bit fruity. I think it's got Chambord and it's also got Bianco Rosso vermouth. Hannah's just got very excited because she said the picture looks like a pint of wine. What else shall we look at? We've almost covered everything. Pieced flower quilts. Oh yes, this is lovely. Now I was inspired earlier on by Susie's Tiptoe Through the Tulips bag. This is Nanny's quilting book. I'm amazed we're reducing it because we never normally do. These are 9 colourful designs to brighten your home. These are adorable. Hello. Francophile Martini, that's exactly it. The Francophile Martini. These are lovely. Magnolia Lane. Simple to piece. Sunflower Meadow. That's cosy and lovely, isn't it, in a cabin? Very nice, like that. Framed flowers. That's a sweet quilt. Dutch Golden Age. That's really nice. That I would use maybe something like some bright Anna Maria Horner fabrics for that. That would be lovely. The Summertime Serenade is a must make. I love the little bees. Spring Tulips. Bit sort of Delft looking, that one. Posy in a Pot. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. I was just thinking the same thing. Hannah's just said you could make that into a measuring chart. You could sew a tape measure, put a border on and sew a tape measure in, and then use it for measuring heights. In Bloom. Oh, that's pretty. Table runner. Kind of, they look a little bit like hollyhocks to me. Matilda's Flower Room. This is really good value, isn't it? $6.99, and you've got your quilting basics too. 9 beautiful designs. It's Annie's Quilting. Really good book, that. $6.99. You could easily pay $6.99 for one pattern, and you're getting 9. Lots of inspiration in there as well, because I think many of those blocks you could use as the front of a bag or a cushion, make into a table runner. Very versatile. That's a snap me up price while you can, isn't it? $6.99. Normal price would have been what? $12.99, $8.99. Okay, so it was always a good price. It is a good price anyway, but $6.99 even better. Yeah, Basic Hugs. Is that this one here? Gotcha. This one right here. Yeah, this is cute. This is cute. These are lovely fabrics actually. This is called Basically Hugs in yellow. So yeah, I mean, it of course it cries out for baby quilts or baby making. Baby making? I don't mean that. You're making things for babies, I think. Basically. Okay, good. Let's crash that price. We need to distract everybody. $3.99 for half a metre. Hurrah! Like, this would be really good for backing a quilt too, wouldn't it? When you can get it for $3.99 for half a metre, so under £8 for a metre. Also would be very, very lovely to create like a, you know, like the bumper sides for a cot. Or a ruffle around the bottom of a bed. Maybe your toddler is moving up into a bigger bed and you want to make some extra bedding for it. So some pillows, a dust ruffle around the bottom. It's a really good price, under £8 for a metre of fabric. I'm covered in bits of thread, of course. There we go. I feel better now. Oh no, they're all under there now as well. Oh well, never mind. I work with fabric. What can you do? Stop it. Right, that's basically Hugs. Now this one, lovely, lovely. I'm going to call this Apricot. This is still from the Basically Hugs range. That's really pretty. Little tiny heart with a little, almost like a running stitch between it. This would also be good for making things for babies, like baby bags and changing mats. If you got actually our early bird special, it was that white nursery fabric, that white clean washable or water resistant fabric. This would be great. Really cute. $3.99 for half a metre again. Some terrific bargains here. But that, of course, would also fit in really nicely with lots of other fabrics. You know, I'm already starting to see a little bit of a, you know, palette going on here, using some of the other fabrics that we've already seen. You know, some nice little soft pastels. Really lovely. They do look nice mixed together, and it would go really nicely with just a nice bright solid white, just to freshen everything up and keep everything nice and pastel-y. Now then, this is pretty, isn't it? Little daisies. Both, we've got two options in this fabric actually. This is the pink, little tiny daisies, really nice for dressmaking, I think. The picture on the web doesn't do it justice at all. And if you come in really nice and close and have a look, you'll see they're really pretty. Aren't they lovely? This would be lovely for children's wear. Little pinafore dress would be sweet. Little summer dress made out of this would be lovely. But it would also be really nice for adults too. It's a really small, subtle print, so if you're making it for adult-sized clothing, it will kind of be very subtle. £4.49 for a half metre. It's foraged tiny summer flowers in bright pink, and it is again being cut for you. So if you want 1.5 metres by 3 units, you'll get 1.5 metres in one piece. That great price though, £4.49 for a half metre, so under £9 a metre. It's 100% cotton. Now this is the bright pink. We've also got, I like this version equally as much. This is in the blue, bright blue, and it's a real kind of like holiday swimming pool blue. It's kind of azure, really lovely. Again, summer clothes, children's wear for the summer, £4.49 in clearance for half a metre. Again, cut for you so you can buy multiples and they'll come as one piece. Equally though, that mixed with solid white, maybe a little bit of that deep orange, make a lovely quilt or some lovely fresh accessories for the garden. Okay, we have got just a few more things to look at. The sheep. Now then, pink and blue. Pick your side. Let's start with the pink. I've got to say, I'm thinking Jim Jams. I'm thinking Jim Jams. Because that's just lovely. Little kind of, you know, kind of lounge pants. Little elasticated waist. Fairly wide leg. So they're nice and comfy. Children, adults, thank you very much. Now, we have sheep at the farm. Ours look different to this because ours are called Balwyn Welsh Mountain sheep. So they have black body, white legs, they have long white tails, almost touch the ground, and then they have face is black, but they have a white blaze down the centre of their nose. So almost a bit badger-like in their colourings. Really lovely. Hannah thinks that we've been sold a flock of badgers, and we were too stupid to realise. No, honestly, they are, and they're a really rare type of Welsh mountain sheep. They're called Balwyn Welsh Mountain, B-A-L-W-E-N, Balwyn Welsh Mountain sheep. Yeah, they were absolutely what Charlie wanted. When we set up the flock, he wanted the Balwen Welsh Mountain sheep. So we travelled to Shrewsbury in Shropshire, or near there anyway, and there was a lovely young lady, I think she was only about 17, and she'd been sheep farming for a few years, and she'd built up this huge flock, absolutely lovely sheep. They're quite flighty, I think, because they're used to being on mountains. Are you going to show everyone? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, you could see them. Well, I regularly put pictures on my social media anyway. Now, this same design, sheep on blue. So again, I've got to say the obvious, PJs, so lovely. This lovely kind of mottled blue background with the sheep that are the right way round, apparently. White bodies, black faces. So it's more usual, isn't it? It's a bit kind of Shaun the Sheep looking. Very cute. I love the fact that this fabric's really not directional, so when you're cutting out your pattern pieces for your PJs, you can have them up and down. It doesn't matter, they're all going to kind of sew together nicely. Okay, here we go. This is what Balwen Welsh Mountain sheep look like. There they are. Look, they're cute, aren't they? The tails are lovely because they've got long white tails, waggy tails. And then we've got Hercules, who is the ram. And he's got, because they're black and white, he's got his horns are actually black and white striped going down the centre. There's like a white stripe going down the centre and black that curl around. He's absolutely gorgeous. Such a handsome boy. And a face like a teddy bear. Now, bicycles to finish. These are lovely. Dark blue. Really nice design. I love the pinstripe in the background. And then a kind of old-fashioned bicycle, really, in black overprinted. It would make rather a cool shirt, I think. Or cuffs and collar on a shirt. Be lovely. Great price, £4.49 for a half metre. This is from the Happiest Little Camper. You're welcome. Camping bike and stripe on teal. That's cute. You could also make bike panniers, you know, couldn't you? Pannier bags. Line them with that. Yeah, you could use Eau de Cote as well as a seat cover. Yes, to cover your seat while you go shopping. That would be a good idea. And then we've also got it in like a kind of really pale blue. This is Happiest Little Camper, camping bike and stripe on blue. So this is a much, much lighter pinstripe. And again, £4.49 for half a metre. Wow, we've had a busy, busy hour. Remember, of course, if there were other things in the hour, but you can always hop on to the web and you can buy them direct from the website. Now, let's do the menu before I leave you to get on with your Saturday. Tomorrow at 8 a.m, I'm back. Christmas clearance for the first hour. You'll get this before Christmas. There's still time. Crack on. At 9 a.m, Cara Ackerman's with me with the December Cat of the Month. I'm super excited to see that. It's a ragdoll. Oh, I love ragdolls. 10 a.m, fabulous fabrics. I'll say no more. Then at 11 a.m, the Elizabeth bag with Cara Ackerman. And then super excited at 12 o'clock, we've got Dukey H7L UX8. That's going to be a great hour too. So make sure you clear your diaries for tomorrow morning. I like a late lunch on a Sunday, about 3 o'clock. So there's no need to do anything in the morning. Stay in your PJs. I'll probably do the same. I'll see you at 8 a.m. in the morning. For the rest of the day, stay safe, stay warm and cozy. Have a great one. Thanks for joining me this morning. I'll see you tomorrow.